One last comment of general interest. If your cell phone is on a ring or has a song like Baby Got Back, please turn it on silent. I'd appreciate it, and everyone else will too. You don't want that kind of attention being brought to you while you're in a public meeting. Thanks. I'm glad you asked that question, and part of the opening proceedings. I call the Planning Commission to order, and I'll ask Commissioner Walder to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand if you're able and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first item on the agenda is opening public comment. However, I will now make a couple of comments. You heard mine before the start of this meeting of just general issues. There is a time limitation of 3 minutes with respect to public comment, and indeed the presenters generally go over that 3 minutes because they have the burden of proof sometimes to have the Planning Commission do something that they desire or don't desire. And members of the public will have this 3 minutes, not because I am impatient, not because I have a short attention span, but rather so that everyone gets a chance, an equal chance, to speak at the podium for all of the commissioners' benefit. So we're not being mean when we cut you off at 3 minutes, and we are merely trying to make sure that everyone has an opportunity. Public comment is limited thus to 3 minutes per speaker, and it's always a topic over which the Planning Commission has jurisdiction, supervision, or control. The Planning Commission does encourage respectful consideration of all views of the public, but remember, it has to be something within the purview of the Planning Commission. If the content is disruptive or irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, I spoke to repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounts to a personal attack or interfering with the rights of others, the individual at the podium may be asked to stop speaking. In addition to open public comment will be taken on public hearing agenda items, but I've asked that you hold, for purposes of being more impactful, to hold those comments until the agenda item comes up. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items within the jurisdiction and control of the Planning Commission. And once again, as I informed everyone, there will be another public hearing opportunity at the end of our project meeting, besides the individual projects that may be coming before us. So I will opening public comment at this time.
Sir, with the person who is speaking, can they yield their time to someone waiting in order to speak longer than 3 minutes?
I apologize that generally we do not allow questions from the public, either to the chair or the planning commissioners, but we do not operate like a legislative body, as you've seen probably on television. You cannot yield your time to someone. You cannot pack up a half hour by having people stand up and say, oh, I yield my time to that person, that person, that person, that. And next thing you know, we have someone speaking a half hour. So there's no yielding the 3 minutes, no repetition. That was a good question, and that's why I responded to it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Jim Slade. Over the past 25 years, I've attended hundreds and hundreds of meetings of the Board of County Commissioners and the Planning Commission and made public comments at nearly all of them. In virtually every case, the issues that I addressed had no effect on me personally or on my property. I merely spoke up for what I believed was in the overall interest of the county residents and the individual communities within the county. I strive to always do my own research, address the facts in each case. I often spoke specifically to the required findings of each issue to make sure that they met both the letter and intent of the master plan and county code. Growth and development issues were clearly concern me, but I never endorsed a no-growth policy, but rather sustainable growth. I know that the majority of county voters agreed with me because they passed both the Sustainable Growth Initiative and the Growth Management Ordinance. I was also concerned about variances and special use permits, SUPs, and wanted to make sure that they met the letter of intent of the required finding as well. One example I'd like to share with you involves two different owners seeking the same type of SUP to enable them to create a bed and breakfast on their property. First, there was a historic Van Sickle Station Ranch on Foothill, north of Muller, surrounded by trees, with only one home within a quarter mile, only another 2 or 3 within a half a mile. The owner would be there to make sure there was no adverse effects on her neighbors. There was no opposition to the request. I publicly recommended approval for that SUP, and it passed. The second home was on Sierra Shadows in the Autumn Hills area of Foothill, near the base of Kingsbury Grade. The home had been operating an illegal Airbnb on the property. They were caught, fined, and shut down their VHR. They appealed to the board and were denied. They came back and sought an SUP for a bed and breakfast there. There were, however, about 35 homes within a quarter mile of that house and many more within a half mile. All the neighbors strongly opposed the request, citing concerns about noise, parking, and adverse negative effects on the quality of life and the right to the quiet enjoyment of their property. I publicly opposed that request, and it failed unanimously. The commissioners noted that VHRs were forbidden in the Carson Valley and that they seemed to be trying to make an end run around that. They upheld the neighbors' concerns about their quality of life, stating that it was inappropriate for such a use in that area. The point here is that not all SUP requests are the same. It always depends on the circumstances, the neighborhood, and how the local community and its quality of life will be affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade, and thank you also for announcing yourself as the speaker and signing in. Ellie, I know you will do the same, but for every speaker, you have to articulate who you are and sign your name so that our recorder gets all of the information when the minutes later come out. We know who spoke, what their position was, etc. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I'm not able to stay through the whole presentations or public comment, so I'm speaking now on agenda item 1. Everyone has the right to make a request, but within the confines of the Code of Ordinances and Nevada revised statutes. The applicant's representative referred to the Gansberg Special Occasion Home. Why wasn't actual information provided to the public and yourselves for comparison? Each site being analyzed as an individual property and location and should be treated as such. Citing undue competitive disadvantage is irrelevant in my opinion. This is not ready for prime time and should be tabled, brought back, continued, whatever term. Be reminded this is final and does not go to the Board of County Commissioners. I'm not sure if it can be appealed. Proof of occupancy to meet NRS, not just ownership to apply, keywords to apply, is required. The fire marshal disapproved twice. What has changed? Another reason this should be reconsidered. Staff response to H, a finding. The proposed special use will not be material detrimental to the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare, and will not result in material damage or prejudice to other properties in the vicinity. Will not, how is that being determined? What is the criteria and whose criteria will not this affect others? Is there an evacuation plan? It's a 2-lane road with over 100 plus cars. That could be on site. Is the proposed parking area ADA, Americans with Disability, compliant. Approximately over 3 dozen nearby residents oppose this. This count does not duplicate who signed the petition. Next, my concern isn't about this. I'm concerned about the recent Board of County Commissioners' decision to overturn granting the variance of the Nielsen property for which this board denied. The precedent has set will allow others to believe it's okay to ask for forgiveness and not having a permit. This somehow needs to be remedied. The package presented to the Board of Commissioners and yourselves should have included options for what a fine could have looked like so the public could weigh in as well, because I believe that's what's going to follow. This is an egregious violation by building an addition without a permit. The framing of the variance as the only issue is not acceptable. Future staff reports should include to the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners more comprehensive information. Mr. Nielsen admitted culpability, and the presenter, applicant, stated he attended because Keith Rubin, who was purported to do that, didn't want to appear. That is very telling. District Attorney Ritchie asked directed questions of Mr. Anderson about the process leading up to the illegal building of an addition to his home with an expired variance. This gave me pause. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further members of the public that wish to speak?
Yes, there is.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
My name is Chuck Paya, and I am the owner of the home and property directly across Foothill Road from 445 Foothill Road. The purpose of this letter is to address the proposed special use permit being requested by Tom and Mayna Brooks for 445 Foothill Road, and my adamant objection to this proposal. Now, with that said, let me give you just a few of the reasons why I feel this proposed special occasion home would not fit the surrounding neighborhood. One, the most obvious would be the profound impact of noise on every person, animal for that matter, within a mile or more. I literally can hear the traffic on Highway 88, which is miles away from my home, just to prove my point. You can imagine listening to rap music all Sunday afternoon and into the late evening, which depending on the crowd is a real possibility. And then to have to listen to repeat itself again and again the following weekends. The reason most people who live here in Gardnerville in Douglas County is because of the open space and the lack of congestion. This venue would be an affront to that lifestyle and an absolute violation of the integrity of the surrounding area. Secondly, we need to address the exponential increase in traffic. As to my understanding, this permit would allow up to 250 people, and on special occasions, 500 in attendance. So hypothetically, you could have up to 250 to 500 automobiles and trucks coming and going just from the property alone. Now let's add to that 30 to 40, this ridiculous number of cars and trucks, some with 30-foot horse trailers coming and going from the trailhead immediately across from the entrance to the proposed special occasion home. And this would not even include the existing traffic on Foothill Road. Not only would this situation require, most likely, a stoplight, but would create an extremely dangerous situation with the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, which means cars are traveling at 65 miles an hour. Let us not forget what a typical wedding celebration includes, ladies and gentlemen: alcohol, and lots of it, all being unleashed on the form of drunken drivers speeding down Foothill Road, where people's pets sometimes are, and also people on horses, not to mention the pedestrian traffic. These type of traffic conditions would surely end up in a catastrophic, fatal automobile collision on Foothill Road. This parcel has already taken advantage of the subdivision cluster development policy offered by Douglas County to ranchers and large landowners in Douglas County to allow the owners to consolidate their subdivisions into smaller areas on smaller lots, thus allowing for the greater part of the ranch to remain whole with the condition that the land will forever stay in perpetuity as open land. It is obvious that the county planners have looked ahead in trying to preserve what open space is left and the tranquility that comes with it. Approval of this special use permit would be a direct violation and an insult to what the Douglas County planners have envisioned for the future of Douglas County. The area directly behind me, my property, and the trailhead is a designated sensitive area for the local deer herd by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Is that it? All right, well, I got a lot more to say, but
Thanks very much. Another member of the public to the general issues. Once again, I'm not admonishing, but I'm suggesting that if you have a particular subject matter that's on the agenda, it's best to hold your comments until that agenda item, because you'll have the advantage of listening to the presentations and staff, and you may have much more cogent things to say after you've heard other positions. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Rob March. Thanks for having us, and thank you, folks, for bringing up this interesting project. I am a professional who's managed industrial, commercial, and residential property for 48 years, mainly in California, but my family has been here since '87. So I've enjoyed this beautiful place since that time. I just want to address from a practical point of view how you manage this type of stuff. This is a bar. Unless we're dealing with different folks.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. It seems he's engaging in discussion on the public comment on agenda item 1, and I respectfully request that all people, unless they have to leave immediately, withhold their comments until after the agenda item has been presented.
Thank you. I'm speaking of that in
Hold on
generalities.
Hold on just a moment,
Yes?
because he asked for a point of order, and I'll rule on that.
Yep.
If, in fact, you have to leave, that is the exception to my guidance of waiting until that agenda item is called. But generally, you will not be allowed to repeat, certainly not, during that agenda item once it's called, your comments, if you take advantage of the general time, which is now, for the opening public comments. You will
Great.
not be docked for that time. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the point of call there. In general, there's not enough information to make a decision on this from a management point of view. Managing all the factors that are going to be discussed by many people, including the Brooks. There's insufficient information to make a determination of how this will be managed long-term or even near-term, and how to deal with the consequences of not working through those details and coming up with either remedies or just simply a rejection of the entire project. I appreciate that the Brooks want to make some money to pay their taxes. That's a good thing. How they do it is up to them, subject to how it impacts the rest of us. And how it gets managed, I suggest to the supervisors here that we secure a little bit more information about how this gets done versus information about fire and all the other attributes that are going to be discussed here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Generalized? Seeing none, I will move to the approval of the agenda. The agenda has 3 items on it. One, of course, is the special use permit. The second is our rules for a discussion, not for action. And the third is a presentation, which I'm looking forward to, by planning to us about the procedures, development applications, and respective roles of the county community and development staff and our position. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? May I call for a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The second item that we're going to cover before we get into the public hearings is the approval of the minutes of our last meeting.
Mr. Chair, if there are no corrections, I will move approval of the minutes.
It's been moved for approval of the minutes by our vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner St. John, you second? Commissioner,
Yes, I was not in attendance at the last meeting. I'm going to abstain on approval of the minutes.
understood?
Mr. Chairman, I am going to abstain as well.
Understood. Thank you both. Is there any discussion on the minutes, corrections, additions? Very good. I'm going to call for a vote, except for the 2 abstentions, of course. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. This brings us to the public hearings. I'd like to make a couple of comments before we start with the presentations. And this is for everyone's, so you know what the process is. There'll be presentations by staff, presentations by the applicant, so you'll know the applicant's positions, and the applicant's consultants may be part of that presentation. Then there will be questions from the commissioners to either the consultants or to the applicants or to staff. Then there will be public comment. After public comment, if requested, and I do not make that decision now, there will be an opportunity for rebuttal, but I don't make that decision now. We're going to wait until after we hear all the public comment and the presentations and staff and the consultants. And then finally, it will be called back to the panel, the commissioners, for deliberation and for motions, if there are any, and after those deliberations. So that is the process generally we're going to follow, and we'll make ourselves available to get through all of the various positions that people may have on this. I will tell you the following. It has been brought to my attention, and indeed after a couple of years being here on the dais, that sometimes rebuttal goes into new matters. After public comment, for example, new matters are brought up. And then it is very difficult to have those rebutted because they're new. So I call upon the presenters and the counsel for the, consultants for the presenters to put your case forward. Do not reserve something, because frankly, those new items will be viewed with scrutiny why they weren't brought up in the first instance. So with that admonition, let us start by calling for possible action, a discussion on a request for a special use permit, DP 250221, for a special occasion home on a 77-acre parcel located at 445 Foothill Road in the A19, that's agriculture, 19-acre minimum parcel size zoning district in the Foothill Community Plan. The applicants are Tom and Mayna Brooks, Brooks Family Trust 2004. The APN, that is the parcel number, is 1219-26-002-013. I now turn to our planning department, and Lucille Rao is going to give us our first presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Bruno. For the record, Lucille Rao, Senior Planner. A special occasion home is defined in code as a single-family dwelling which is owner-occupied and contains historic features and which is made available to the general public on a for-profit basis for special events. Such events may include retreats, seminars, weddings, and receptions. To qualify for a special use permit to operate a special occasion home, the following 3 criteria must be met. Only owner-occupied, single-family detached dwellings may apply for a special use permit to operate a special occasion home. The owner must demonstrate that the primary residence or accessory structures on the property have historic character that reflects the cultural and architectural history of Douglas County. The special occasion home must comply with all building and fire codes, including ADA requirements. The Brooks Ranch has been operating since 1858, when the Berry family began ranching on this parcel. The existing historic barn was built in 1900, and the powerhouse was built in 1907. Both of these historic elements lend themselves to meet the requirements of a special occasion home. Staff reviewed the application and believe that the required findings for a special use permit can be met. Findings are on packet page 59. It's also subject to the recommended conditions of approval on packet page 63. As a point of reference, the special occasion home code section was adopted as a way of giving ranchers another source of income. With that said, all of the venues in Douglas County that have been approved are conditioned to mitigate off-site impacts to the neighbors along with compliance with building and fire codes. For comparative purposes, I have a short PowerPoint presentation giving examples of a few approved special occasion homes in the valley. There we go.
Glenn Rao,
Yes, ma'am.
before you continue, and I apologize, I did not do this before your opening remarks. Are there any commissioners that have disclosures, disqualifications, or comments on this matter that they wish to make currently? Commissioner Lau.
Thank you, Chair. I reside, my house is about, I want to say, a quarter to a third of a mile north of this property. And I have quite a few neighbors and acquaintances in the audience or that have provided written documents on this item. I received a text message from some of my neighbors regarding this item, which I immediately tried to stop the back and forth and submitted those text messages to staff for inclusion in the public record. That being said, I do believe that my consideration of this item, I believe I can be impartial and take all the information that is provided. I don't believe that I'm disqualified automatically from considering this item, and I intend to go forward with it. But I did want to make that disclosure to everyone about my proximity to this property.
Thank you, Commissioner Lyle. Commissioner St. John?
A number of the commenters are friends, and I did have a Super Bowl party within the notification zone. But I don't think that will disqualify me, and I have no financial interest in this item.
Thank you, Commissioner St. John. Are there any other disclosures, commentaries, recusals? There are none. My apologies, ma'am, and please continue.
Thank you, Chairman Bruno. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Senior Planner. So back in 2013 was our very first special occasion home, and that was the Jacobs Berry Farm. The red star here is the location. There's no rhyme or reason why I chose three. I just chose three that we've worked on in the past. This one is as close as you can get to a neighborhood. Let me also state that I did check with code enforcement on recently to see if we've had any complaints with any of our event venues. And only about 10 years ago, they had one complaint about Jacobs Berry Farm, but no other venues that have been approved by Douglas County. So I'm just going to point out some of the conditions of approval. So we, just to show you that things have been conditioned in the other venues, similar to what we've conditioned for their special use permit before you today. So for Jacobs Berry Farm, they're limited to hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. They asked for 300 persons. They were approved for 300 persons. I don't know that 300 people actually go there. I live almost across the street from this. I don't really see 300 people or even 100 cars going in that event venue. They're allowed 24 events per year, and they're amplified music between the hours. So the Planning Commission had asked for to change the condition from 10 p.m. to 9:30, so they can have amplified music from 12 p.m. to 9:30 and unamplified music from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. We can go through all the conditions, but I don't know if that's really necessary. I think the important things would be noise, light, traffic, number of people, number of events. So I'm gonna, unless you want me to, go through all the conditions. I just want to highlight what I think is most important to the public.
I appreciate that, Ms. Rao, and frankly, the commission, I assure you, has read through the entire report and all of the information that planning has offered on this project, so I don't think it would be necessary to go through all of the conditions. There is only one which I did not see addressed, and that was the letter from the mosquito abatement group. And could you enlighten me?
Sure.
Maybe I missed it.
For the record, Lucille Rayo. So at that time, mosquito abatement was not involved in development applications. It wasn't until, I'd say about maybe 10 years ago, where they came forward and said, we need to have our eyes on some of these projects, and we need to be working with the property owner and have some conditions. If they're going to have people out there, the biggest thing they're concerned about is West Nile, so they want to make sure they spray, make it safe for everyone. So that's why you see a condition in the letter attached to this, as well as the Gansberg project. We had a letter for that one as well. And then the next
Thank you.
one, sorry. Okay. The next one is the Twisting T-Bar Ranch. It originally was called East Fork Ranch. It's right there on the river on Centerville. They had to do some work on their right-of-way, NDOT required. So they had to do some, they had to spend some money on having a turning lane. Again, their hours are 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., 24, they asked for 24 per year, 250 people. The next one is Gansberg, and that's on Waterloo. And they asked for 250 guests. And their hours are 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. They asked for 30 per year with another, also 250 per event. Amplified music is from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. And that's the end of that. Do you have any questions before I move on to the applicant's representative with Wilson Engineering for their presentation?
Commissioners? Just one with respect to this current application. Are they going to be required to do anything special for that mosquito abatement, which came into being 10 years ago?
There is a letter in the packet, so she does want to enter into an agreement with them. I guess some type of, basically an agreement that they contact her so she can, I say her because the district manager is a female, sorry, Krista Jenkins. So the district manager would like them to be contacted so that she can come out and spray and make sure everything is safe and there are no incidences.
Would that be an additional condition recommended by staff?
It's in the conditions of approval for this special use permit.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
Chairman Bruno, I had a process question.
Commissioner St. John, go ahead.
I had a process question, thank you. The letter from the fire district, is that required to be approved at this juncture in the process? Or is that something that gets taken care of downstream during a building permit or during some sort of a site permit?
for the record, Lucille Rayo, Senior Planner. Yes, it's a condition on this special use permit. They're going to have to do something. They're going to have to widen their driveway. They have to have a hard surface. So anything that the fire department's going to require will have to happen before they can open for business. So conditions, I don't quite understand the denial or the email that I received from Amy when she's saying she denied it twice. We had a pre-application meeting, which typically the fire department does not give a green light to any project until something is submitted to them, plans are submitted to them that they can review and approve. So as far as I know, it's kind of like the cart before the horse. You really can't give an approval if plans have not been submitted to the fire department. So I know Zach's going to speak to that. So maybe your question will be answered. But there will be a site improvement permit. There will be a building permit. So there will be things for us to control what's what's happening and that the items that are required happen. Chairman
Commissioner,
Bruno,
before you
sure.
go on, Planner Rao, Jim?
I did attend several years ago an event at Twisting T-Bar. They weren't required to do any other parking but the parking that's on site. Thank you.
Chairman, may I move on to the presentation by the applicant's
I'd
representative?
appreciate it very much.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here we go. I'm going to introduce Zach Wood with Wilson Engineers. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Tom Brooks is doing a presentation. So, Tom, when you want me to go to the next slide, just say next slide.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Brooks. I am the applicant. I'm a proud fourth-generation Nevadan, descendant from my great-grandfather, Jean Newhart, who came from the Basque Country to Nevada as a sheep herder. My wife, Manya, and I are the owners of Fay Canyon Ranch, which has been in my family for 30 years now. Next slide, please. We are here today requesting a special use permit for a special occasion home on our ranch. Our intention is to keep the land agricultural, steward the spectacular view shed, and preserve the historic structures on the property. We've always been good neighbors and will continue those good relationships. We are aware that there have been several negative letters received, and we are here to provide factual answers to everyone's questions. In preparation for this meeting, Manya and I spent time talking to our neighbors and explained the details of our application. We wish to make it very clear to our neighbors, these were some of the first questions asked, that we are not asking for permission to build any new buildings nor host concerts. None of those have been on our radar. All of the buildings that we will use are existing buildings. For good reason, this has been a long process as required by our Community Development Department. Over the past year, we've done the work, verified that we are meeting all the county codes and requirements, and we will be minimally disruptive to our neighbors. Next slide, please. The history of our ranch began in 1858 with the Berry family. It was handed down to their daughter, whose last name, by way of marriage, became the current namesake, Fay. Subsequent owners included DeLucci, Tip Carey, Sprague, and eventually became the Dressler Ranch. It was the home of the Dresser family members Fritz and Minnie Dressler, Ernest and Emma Dressler, and Bud and Ruth Dressler. The barn, the white building shown in the picture, built in 1900, is the only white barn in the valley, which was a trademark of the Dressler family. In 1999, we completed a significant restoration of the barn, replacing older beams and structural elements, as well as new wood siding that we had milled on site from lodgepole pines. The powerhouse, the brick building shown here, was built in 1907 and is said to be the first place in Carson Valley that electricity was generated from a Pelton water wheel off the west fork of Luther Creek. Our ranch house sits near the original house site among the old orchard and house garden. The ranch is our home. It's been in our family, and it is our intention with this special use permit to continue preserving the ranch and its historical structures. We've continued operating it as a working ranch for the past 30 years, raising cattle, and as many of you have seen this past year, we have recently begun farming lavender in a partnership with Sierra Shadows Lavender Farm. Please don't confuse that with the Airbnb issue that was talked about earlier. Different business altogether. The historic white barn, powerhouse, and old orchard with its magnificent trees have been well maintained and provide a beautiful historic backdrop for events. Our intention is to host 25 events annually. Out of 365 days a year, just 25. For private parties, family reunions, some weddings, as well as agricultural and historical events, which could include dark sky and stargazing evening, lavender education events, pollinator education field day, and once future renovations are completed and approved, we would like to offer barn tours, history talks, and photography opportunities. Next slide, please. Over the past 5 years, we've performed significant improvements on the ranch. We've renovated our well and installed a backup generator, improved our water delivery system throughout the ranch, and are increasing our pasture land. To better defend ourselves and our neighbors, in the event of a fire, we have reduced the amount of brush and expanded defensible space throughout the property. We've planted over 100 native Jeffrey and ponderosa pine trees in the upper part of the ranch, emulating the natural environment of the foothills. Our intention is to further improve and maintain the ranch as it has always been agricultural. The colored area on the slide indicates the 4.5 acre area that we have voluntarily restricted our event space to so we won't adversely affect our neighbors. Next slide, please. Shown here are the distances from our event boundary to our neighbor's property, the nearest being about 460 feet, others further. Next slide, please. Shown here are the distances from the event boundary to the nearest neighbor's homes, a distance of 610 feet or greater. Next slide, please. The larger events that we are requesting would not exceed 250 people, and we feel the majority of events would be 150 people or fewer. We would also like to do additional small events that showcase the history and agricultural heritage of Carson Valley, showcasing the beautiful ranch that we do have the pleasure of owning. Events will be held near the ranch house in the old orchard and lawn area, and you'll see more detail of this in the next few slides. The barn would currently be a backdrop only and will not be used for events until we've completed additional renovation and the structure is approved by a structural engineer for occupancy. The ranch house would only be used for small private parties or as a preparation space. Next slide, please. The next few slides show how we will operate the event venue. I'll briefly highlight the different areas. So shown here in green is our entrance road off of Foothill Road, which would be improved to meet fire code standards and ADA accessibility as well. Next slide. Shown here is the emergency access. This would not, during events, be open for the public, but be a secondary entrance as required by East Fork Fire for additional access. Next slide. Shown here in the brown is the parking area with handicap. The little black lines shown at the top right of the brown area would be the handicap accessible areas. Please note that all parking would be on site, not on Foothill Road and not on the entrance road previously shown in green. Next slide, please. Back one, please. So shown here is the vendor parking area, still within the 4.5 acre area. Next slide, please. So the area shown here in green, we have voluntarily restricted our event site to the central area of the ranch, in the orchard and around the ranch house. This area features well-manicured lawns, abundant large shade trees, and provides the best sound dampening area on the ranch. Next slide, please. This slide shows the location of the ranch house. Next slide, please. The arrow here indicates the historic barn, and to its right is the 1907 brick powerhouse that you saw in the previous picture. And from this point, I will turn it over to our engineer, Zach Brown with Wilson Engineers, for more technical details.
Zach Wood. Zach Brown's a singer.
Chair Bruno, Commissioners, I'm Zach Wood. I'm a professional planner and land surveyor in training with Wilson Engineers on behalf of the applicant. My background includes 15 years of local government planning, where I led processing for special event permit plans that were extensive in terms of their scope, participation, and risk to the overall public, including the death ride, music events. So I have a lot of background in mitigation of special event permits. I agree with the staff's recommendation to approve the permit and the conditions. We did submit a letter, Chair, that requested some changes to those recommended conditions. Those were specifically regarding the noise curfew hours, and at the time the commission deliberates, we'd be happy to address any commission comments about those changes. Specific to fire safety and access predominantly, the existing access is quite adequate. There's plenty of horizontal space. The applicant knows that their ranch gate will have to be removed or modified to meet horizontal and vertical clearance, as well as all the improvements that would be required with the site improvement permit to meet this standard of a 20-foot wide structural traveled lane to allow access onto the site. So the applicant expects that improvement to be made and does agree to make that most critical. So having emergency access to the site is guaranteed with the applicant's application. I will point out that the access is, I think, close to 500 feet, 500 to 600 feet from the right-of-way to the parking area. So there is a lot of room. There's probably 10 or 20 car lengths of room for vehicles to enter the site off of Foothill Road before they queue up to park, before they have to pause and find their direction onto the site. They will probably go directly to the parking area, which is, for all parking standards, more than adequate space to host the 250 requested participants. Thank you. Next slide. In addressing those same life safety and fire safety requirements, the applicant has made improvements already, expects to maintain those, and does have additional improvement features on the property or will install them as a requirement of the subsequent permits. So those include the extensive defensible space fuel reduction mitigation that's already occurred. Parking by its definition creates that because you have to clear land to park cars, but the applicant has done much more. There's surface water on site. There's a existing water supply system. I won't comment on the technical feasibility to use that in current firefighting, but that's an existing feature of the property right now. So if you took a poll of A19 land and other properties that would not be within a improved fire protection water system, this is an asset to the property. And we're good. Thank you. Next slide. Our comment letter when we requested the change to the recommended conditions really was related to consistency with those existing special occupancies that the staff described. Based on the curfew for 8 p.m. for cutoff noise, if you're in a midsummer wedding, that means there's no noise and dancing while it's still light. So 10 p.m. was just made as a request. That's the applicant's preference to get the use to the same standard that some of the other special occasion homes are allowed. And we also still agree with the staff recommendation if that's the Planning Commission's prerogative of 8 p.m. if needed. Yeah, I'll just share one anecdote. I think this speaks to the whole spirit of this type of permit. I was able to enjoy the Twisting Bar Ranch barn at a kid's birthday party. And as a aside, one of the other parents, because usually you're looking down trying to keep track of kids, he was looking up, as was I, and that was because the framing and the construction of that barn drew our attention. Our backgrounds in carpentry, our backgrounds in ranching told us that this is special up here. This is a unique opportunity, and I believe that that was the intent of the special occasion use, to allow more people in the community to have access to these historic resources and enjoy them the same way. Tom's Barn is amazing in that regard. Next slide. Most importantly is the existing physical conditions of this property lend themselves to meeting all of the required findings for approval of a special use permit. Just physically, it's isolated as much as possible. It's not the biggest ranch, but it does provide significant buffer from sensitive residences and neighbors in terms of physical distance. The applicant's operation plan, so the proposed mitigations, the way that this venue will be operated as submitted in the application is very detailed, is committed to safety and committed to addressing impacts to adjoining property owners. So that operations plan, we didn't prepare as professionals. By the way, I'm not a professional engineer. That's from the applicant. That's their commitment. They are the property owner. They are the resident property owner. So you usually don't party out your own house and impact it first. And then finally on this slide, there is some limited lighting at the property now, and all the future lighting improvements for guest safety will be compliant with dark skies, shielded, etc. Next slide. Tom did an excellent job noting that to meet infrastructure requirements for events, and I just want to point out that most of these events only require temporary improvements, tents, temporary bar setup, trailers, all these improvements that really host the 250 max leave with the event. The barn and proposed use of it obviously is the more significant improvement, but you can see here that the property's infrastructure as well as its physical characteristics will host without issue to straining infrastructure. Thanks. Next slide. Again, we agree with the staff recommendation that the findings per county code can be made, just providing this slide as a response, and our application information included this as well. So we can move on to the next slide. We just wanted to highlight these, I think, in terms of the broader planning policies of the master plan, obviously highlighting agricultural uses, making the theme of historic ranches a highlight to the county and the community is what this project is achieving if it is enacted. At the same time, its intent is not to create a true special event venue, an amphitheater, power for extreme amplified music. It's meant to be compatible with the neighborhood and is based on the physical buffers, based on its ability physically to meet those improvement requirements. And then finally, you don't have to look hard for qualified archaeologist and historic resource surveys that all point to this barn, among many others in the valley from 2017 and in the 1980s that recognize that these are the historic assets of the community that are worth preserving. By the applicant achieving this use permit, it allows for his continued use of the barn, even if it isn't storing hay, but to keep that structure maintained and available through the use permit. If that's the last slide, there's always more. So I think we've, in our application and through the comments from Tom, have addressed that here are some specific features of our application that meet objective requirements of the county right now, whether they be from fire protection or in Title 20. So we believe that those findings are met that are required to be made to approve the special use permit. And go ahead, one more. I'd say Tom should probably make the last comment, but I just met him in the last month. I think he shares the same vision that I do as someone here in planning, which is stewardship. How do we improve the landscape? How do we improve our existing uses? And what can we do to do the next thing better? He's already doing that, and I, as his representative, would say we agree with the staff recommendation, and we hope that the Planning Commission does as well to approve the use permit. If you want to add anything else, Tom. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Further comments? Go ahead, sir.
Tom Brooks again, the applicant. Just to say that all the things that we've spoken about, they're there in your packet. There's much more detailed information that includes our operation plan. I think Tom Dallaire can speak to the East Fork fire issue, and there was a confusion in who goes first, I believe. He can probably cover more of that, and we are happy at any stage along this process to answer any specific questions that you have. Thank you.
So that is the conclusion of the presentations and comments from our planning department. I'm now going to allow questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Walder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to say that I do appreciate everyone being here today. Citizen involvement, I'm going to steal Bryce's thunder here, is always very important. We listen very carefully to the citizens who submit their comments and show up. And I did read, there were 134 pages of comments that I got at 7:17 p.m. last night. I read all of those comments, and I appreciate everybody's input. I also did make a site visit to review some of the comments that were made. I didn't go onto the property, but I did look at the noticing sign. I somewhat agree with the individual who made the comment that it's a little bit camouflaged. I would like to see them all bigger and near the road so that everybody is fully aware of what's going on. I do recognize, though, that we do have a noticing radius, and that's why probably most of you are here. I'm not sure what the noticing radius was, Lucille, but that's an important part of the public involvement process, and I think we've met that requirement. I do have a couple of questions, and I'm going to throw these out generally, so Lucille, you may be able to answer them, some of them. Mr. Brooks, Mr. Wood, you may be able to answer them. When you come to the podium, please state your name and speak right into the microphone so we know for the record who is commenting on each of these things. And AJ, I know you're always paying attention, but I may toss one or two that you may have to weigh in. First of all, on the conditions, packet page 64, condition number 12 says the barn is limited to 100 people. Please post signage stating maximum occupancy. Where are you going to put everybody else if you got 250 people?
Tom Brooks, the applicant. Use of the barn would be only permitted for parties of 100 or less.
Okay, but if you have 250 people,
The door's closed.
beg your pardon?
Doors are closed. Not able.
I'm confused. 100 people are inside the barn, and you have another 150 people who are invited?
No, Commissioner. So the size of the event, so if we were to contract with an event that was 100 people or less, they would be allowed to use the barn. If the person we contract with for an event was larger than 100, they would not be able to use it. It would only be at most a photo backdrop from outside of the structure.
So everybody will be outside?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, number 13 says the home is limited to occupancy of 11 people. And then I think, Lucille, you've got it phrased per table 1004.5 of the International Building Code. But I believe, Mr. Brooks, you said that you have planned to use the house for smaller events. Did I mistake what you said or what Lucille has got condition on number 11?
So in preparing the staff report, I met with Tim Davis, building official, asked him based on the size of the house, what would be allowed based on building code. So that's why that section is in there. If they want, I don't know how they would get more in there as far as an event is concerned based on building code. The house might be used for maybe a bride getting ready, something to that effect, or maybe a small dinner party. Mr. Brooks is going to have to speak to that.
Mr. Brooks, are you clear on what condition number 13 says, and is that acceptable?
So we were confused as well by the 11 per table. Is that based on, normally those things in hospitality are based on square foot, how many square feet, and you can put, X tables. So there may be 3 tables of 8 would be the standard that I would be used to. The reference to 11 per table, I did not understand, and I would need further clarification on what that is. Our intention with the interior of the house would be as a preparation space, or perhaps a serving space for caterers, as all events would be done with outside professional caterers, so they may have a place to put their hot boxes and then deliver it out to the people at the event.
Okay, there may be some confusion. We may not be able to clarify this now, but I would think that's an important consideration that you need to work out with Lucille or with the building officials.
Absolutely agree.
Tom or AJ, did you want to weigh in on this one as well? Because I think the word per table is confusing. I would think of a table as a table where people sit around. I think the reference in the, per the table, which is clearly identified as table 1004.5. But Tom or AJ?
Tom Delaire for the record. That is correct, Commissioner Walter. It's a table in the reference, the 2024 International Building Code. It's actually the ICC A117 document, and you can Google that and find that information online. But it is the table that is being referenced for the occupancy of the home.
Okay, I'll move on, but go ahead, Lucille. But I think this needs to be clarified for you folks.
For the record, Lucille Rayo. So when Tim and I were discussing this, it was for assembly. So he's looking up assembly in that table. And so that's how he came up with the number. He had the site plan, he had the floor plan of the house, and so that's how that number came out.
Perhaps if table was capitalized instead of small, it'd be clear.
Noted.
We'll let you folks work that out down the road, but I think it's important to make sure everybody's on the same page. Further on the conditions, number 24 says all food shall be provided by a licensed caterer. I would assume you're serving alcohol at these events or some of these events, and would the caterer then be required to have a permit for use of alcohol? And AJ, I'm not sure if you need to weigh in, but Tom, you may know the answer to this. Because I think that's an important consideration that we make sure all of the rules are complied with, not just that you have a licensed caterer.
Tom Brooks, the applicant. So we would, again, need further clarification on it from the county, but our understanding and the way we would operate in our other business is that alcohol is served by a trained server so that someone who is intoxicated is not getting additional alcohol. So yes, and we are fully in agreement with having a professional caterer do those things.
Well, again, I think that the devil may be in the details on this, so I would encourage everybody to be very clear as to what you're required to do, because we don't want anything to happen that's outside what Douglas County requires of any facility.
Nor do we, and I'd like to stress to all commissioners that this is our home, and we want to do a few events there to highlight it and to help us pay the bills and do some restoration on the ranch. And we don't want people coming and trashing our home either. That's not our intent.
Thank you. And then lastly, on the conditions, number 27, amplified music is limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And I know, Mr. Wood, you addressed this, and we can hash it out further when we deliberate. But I think there was some confusion, and this was noted in the public comment too, that page 65 conflicts with page 59. 59 says 10 p.m. and page 65 says 8 p.m. So if you want to weigh in on that, Mr. Brooks or Mr. Wood now, go ahead and do that. But that, I think, may be a matter for us to deliberate on when we come to the point of approval, disapproval, or amendments to the conditions.
Sure. Once again, as Zach mentioned, I believe there was an additional memorandum sent to you, and our question was, if all of the other venues are stated at 10 p.m., why was it set at 8? Our thinking on this is we have very purposely restricted our use area to that very center of the ranch that has the most trees, the grass, the sound absorbing things, and to try and make that area where we use. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you. Lastly, and I think this is something that we may need additional parties at the table to discuss, the whole role of East Fork Fire Protection. And I think, Mr. Brooks, you're probably best able to answer this, but in the materials was a Wednesday, October 29th, 2025 document from the East Fork Fire Protection District about your submitted plans have not been approved. And then there was further communication from Amy Ray on Wednesday, February 24th, saying we've denied your plans twice. Perhaps, Mr. Brooks, for our edification, you could just walk us through the timeline. And please, Mr. Wood, you can go ahead too. But sure. I'd like to be clear of when you contacted East Fork Fire or when they contacted you, and what you have subsequently done to try to satisfy them, or why they are not satisfied now.
Certainly. Happy to discuss this subject.
Thank you.
This has been difficult. So when we first started the process looking at a special occasion home, we started reading Title 20. As you know, that can be interesting, difficult to interpret, and there were 3 different sections that we thought might apply to us. And when we went to county staff to ask which applied to what and what rules were required for each, even they had difficulty trying to figure it out because some of those codes had never been used. Guest ranch, for example. I don't think it's ever been used, but it's there. So what is this? So as we started that process, additionally with the fire department, we did a pre-planning meeting. Everybody was on Zoom, and our intention was to pay that fee and get that input from them so that we understood. All at this point we wanted to do was to understand what the permit entitled, what we needed to do, and how to do this in a respectful way. When, during that meeting, Fire Marshal just said, essentially read the code. We then, through our engineer, asked for an informal sit-down or Zoom meeting, just so that they might give us some hints as to how they would like us to design our site to meet their requirements. The answer came back in email that we will not give any advice unless there's a formal plan. So we then submitted a formal plan through our engineers with drawings, and they reviewed that and denied it because they were asking for the complete analysis, which included a lot of structural or soil analysis, as I understand it, and other things that would have cost significant funds. We looked at the process and said, we need to not put the cart before the horse. It made more sense to come in front of the Planning Commission to find out the conditions and see how this would go before we went back to East Fork Fire. And so I think we have a case of the cart before the horse. And as my understanding is, what we've done, we've not broken any rules. We have just followed the procedure and are waiting for the next step. And I'll let Zach answer from there.
Thank you, Chair or Commissioner Walter. If that answers the question to your satisfaction, or I can provide more comment.
I think the more information we have, the better. And as I said, we may not have all the parties at the table during this meeting, but that is a very important concern. That's part of the findings. Health and safety is always something we have to look out for. So I'll reserve any further comments or opportunity to comment until other people have had questions.
And did you need me to comment further, Chair?
No, thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, our district attorney has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AJ Hames for the record from the District Attorney's Office. Just to clarify, this is just the planning approval for the special occasion home. But to operate the business of the special occasion home, obviously there would be additional approvals that would be necessary. For example, you mentioned alcohol. There would need to be a liquor license. Caterers can have their own liquor license. They can come in with that to sell alcohol there. Fire approval is also necessary anytime you want to open any kind of business, right? So there's multiple steps. Typically, the planning approvals come first, and then the regulatory compliance comes as they get closer to actually opening the business. So I think that's what's happening here.
Thank you, AJ. Further questions from the commission? Commissioner St. John first.
Thank you, Chairman. I had a couple of clarifying questions. The first one's to planning. What is entailed in a 3-year project review, which was one of the conditions?
For the record, Lucille Reyes, Senior Planner. We put a condition on there for them to come back in 3 years for the Planning Commission to review. Staff can report back to Planning Commission if there have been any code enforcement, any neighbor complaints, if they've, been doing everything they were supposed to do as the permit states. So it's a review of how the business has been operating and if the Planning Commission wants to revoke their permit. Now, let me also state that if they were to receive this special use permit and they began operating and there were all kinds of complaints, the community development director has the right to come back to Planning Commission and say, we need to revoke their permit. They're not meeting requirements. There's been lots of code enforcement complaints. So there's multiple triggers here if there were an issue.
Thank you.
But it's a condition.
Next question is, you have a list of agencies that need to review the plan, but the Fire Protection District is not on that list. Was that just an oversight, or am I reading the wrong list? Yeah, on page 63, the following agencies will be part of the design review application. I see NDOT, but I don't see the fire district on that list.
Condition number 15, applicant shall submit to Community Development Department
Okay.
proof of, East Fork Fire.
I was looking at the wrong list.
It's okay.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you. I was curious about the traffic projections. Now, I know the report says the peak hour traffic is projected to be 70 trips in an hour. I guess I'm having a little bit of a hard time figuring out how that happens when you've got a parking lot that's big enough for 120 cars. And it's my experience, people don't show up that early or leave that late from weddings. But it seems like the hour before and the hour after, there's going to be more than 80 trips. Just curious.
Tom, do you want to speak to the traffic in the study that they provide to us on most applications?
Yeah, Tom Delaire for the record. So they had a traffic engineer do a letter that's included in your packet.
I saw that.
Yeah, that's what their engineer decided, did in their analysis, showed how many, I guess they were assuming 2.5 people per car. I don't know what the math is on that, but I'm assuming that that's what happens. And I think within the peak hour, it's within an hour. So if it's maybe some of them show up early and help start setting up, and I have no idea how they do their analysis on that, but that's what the information that they provided to us, mainly to determine what kind of movements needed to happen or improvements needed to happen out on the road, out on the main Foothill Road.
Understood. And that leads me to my next question. I know that is an NDOT road and that their normal requirements is for an approach that has, I believe, a full lane where you're actually going off the road and then turning into it. Now, to avoid building that exit, I guess it's also an acceleration and deceleration lane, the applicant would have to actually get a deferment from NDOT to just build a simple driveway. And I'm wondering what's being proposed here. And I guess my follow-up question to what I just heard was if the number was over 80, what additional traffic requirements would be made?
Tom Delaire again, for the record. The NDOT is going to have to evaluate that on their road. Douglas County, we can't make that determination for them, but this is an NDOT maintained road, and so they're going to have to submit an application for that if the use goes forward and they are approved. So that'll be part of the process before they actually can open business. They have to show that NDOT has approved what the plan is for for this venue.
Okay. Well, since I think traffic certainly is a issue that's been raised thus far, I would ask the applicant, are they planning on building a standard driveway approach that includes an acceleration deceleration lane, or are they planning on asking for a deferment from NDOT for just a simple driveway?
Again, this is Tom Delaire for the record. The NDOT is going to have to make that call. I don't know if they've submitted to NDOT. Maybe Zach can elaborate, but I don't think that application has actually happened yet to see. I believe the NDOT, per their requirements, I just looked it up on their NDOT system, and it looks like there's about 670 vehicles on the road today, which I'm not sure would warrant a turning lane movement. But it could. I mean, that's NDOT needs to make that call.
Can we ask the applicant if they're going to ask for a deferment or not?
Yes.
I mean, since traffic's obviously an issue.
Thank you, sir, for approaching the podium.
Yeah, Zach Wood on behalf of the applicant. Where the application is in process, I can't affirmatively answer what's going to happen with this improvement to the right-of-way. The application as submitted does not include that type of improvement as part of the project description or the project features. That's because if we were to do that and follow the process that's being recommended by staff, and then have another agency that actually has jurisdiction over what those traffic movements are to be, not require that improvement, then the applicant is stuck building an improvement that's over the capacity. So with the site improvement permits, with the engineering permitting process, we believe that answer will be determined by the appropriate officials, and we're not trying to get ahead of that with the site plans that we've submitted already. And we did start dialogue with NDOT through preparation of the trip generation letter. So they're, at least for our firm and representing the applicant, we have been considering those issues that would come with encroachments and improvements in the right-of-way, if that responds to the question.
Thank you. Further questions from the commission? Commissioner Lyle.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question of the applicant about the residency on the ranch. This, in the application, you didn't indicate that this is your primary residence?
So when my mom passed in 2019, it passed to my wife and I. We currently don't live at the ranch. We rented it for a temporary period of time. We gave the occupants notice about a month ago.
Okay.
They are in an agreement to purchase a home, which suits us well. They've been great tenants. They've taken care of the property reasonably well. So our intention is to reside at the ranch. It is our home, and we're headed back to it.
Okay, and yet you're still going to have activities in the house?
Not overnight, no. Like we're saying, using it as a space for servers or just for preparation.
Okay.
That's really our intention.
All right, thank you for clarifying.
Further questions from the commission? Mr. McClellan, Commissioner?
Thank you. Does the owner intend to be on the premises during these events?
Yes, we do. In the event that we might be out of town, then there would be a fully authorized representative to deal with any situations that arose.
Okay, and I know you are still waiting for the fire department to weigh in. On the emergency access road or the secondary access road that you had, is that suitable for fire equipment? Should somebody
is.
need an ambulance or a fire truck, that you would have, nothing would block that?
It already meets the width requirement. The secondary gate would need to be widened by 4 feet. And the soil geotechnical analysis that we spoke about still needs to be done, but I can tell you that I stood there in the 97 flood with water running every which way, and it's not muddy. It's amazingly firm ground. So we're not concerned at all that the geotechnical will test out that all that is. So one of the questions that I think you may be leading to is that within the parking area, coming off of the main drive, there are 2 entrances, kind of an entrance and an exit, and that would be two-way under the 20 feet. And within that area, there would be a throughway, which you'll see in all the notes in our submittal. That would be kept clear for emergency vehicles at all time and to just generally create a good traffic flow.
And if someone needed to, for personal reasons, have to leave while people are still coming in, they can get out?
Certainly. It's not our requirement that that stays closed. My understanding is that it is East Fork Fire's requirement that that emergency access would stay closed during events and everybody would have to come through the main drive.
Mm-hmm.
We're open to whatever makes it flow the best for the community, but that would be their requirement that we're still trying to get some straight answers from.
And the other, is you still intend to go forward with this even if the music has to stop, or amplified music has to stop at 8 p.m.?
We are certainly open to discussion on some of those times and numbers for events.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Bryce, you have questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lucille, can you just clarify, because I still think there's some confusion in knowing a little bit about the process. I think it's important to clarify. It is not a condition of our approval today to have East Fork Fire's recommendations or approval to approve or deny a special use permit today. East Fork Fire will be engaged after the special use permit. If it's approved, that's when they'll be engaged. It's not necessary to have their approval or denial, nor would it make any sense for them to even weigh in at this point. Is that correct?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, that's correct, and that's why we have conditions on there. There are steps, there are things they're going to have to meet to make this work for them. Even if they got approval today from you, they still have things they have to do, and if you can't meet them, then the permit does not move forward.
Thank you, but they don't need, East Fork typically would have no involvement at this stage of the process, correct?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, that is correct.
Yes, a further comment? Our Vice Chair. Thank you, ma'am.
I was hoping to get a TDR out of this. But you said very clearly, no new construction. Shucks.
I have a comment, and I found it very constructive that planning does have a re-review at 3 years that is spontaneous in the condition should the special use permit be granted. Why do I say that? The applicant desires that it be permanent, subject to complaints. That is to say, only reviewable when there is a substantial complaint from the community or otherwise, from planning, et cetera, by some inspection of which I don't know. So I'm pleased that it is a spontaneous condition of this special use permit, should it be granted, that it comes back to us and the public will have an opportunity, after having experienced all of the circumstances under the various conditions, to weigh in again. And I thought that was something that wasn't present in the other special use permits that is in this one. And I was just commending planning for their foresight. Thank you.
I just want to make a comment. As you know, you have the ability to change any condition that is before you in the staff report. You also have the ability to add conditions. If the 3 years doesn't work, you want to make it 1 year, 6 months, or add or change any other condition, we can do that here. I just want to throw that out for thought and conversation.
Thank you very much, Planner Rao. Are there any further questions from the commission to the presenter or staff? Commissioner Klutz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just coming back to Commissioner Walder's question earlier, Lucille, maybe you can weigh in on why was this particular application changed from 10 p.m. to 8 p.m. as opposed to the others? I know precedence is irrelevant, and I'm not suggesting that we do that here. I'm just trying to understand why it was changed from 10 to 8.
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I've been doing this for a while, and I just, based on where it was located, up against the mountain, I honestly thought the music might bounce off and carry more than it would down in the valley in some of the other venues, and that's why I added that condition. Code allows 10 p.m. That was my thought process, but certainly, again, you can change it to whatever you guys want. If you want to agree with the applicant that it should be 10 p.m., then we can certainly change that condition.
Thank you.
I need to say that I did go out to the site and take a look, and Planner Rao is absolutely correct. It's almost like an amphitheater. And that concerned me, and that assuaged my fear when I saw 8, until I looked at it closer and it says 8 and 10. But I appreciate that very much, because I think you're absolutely correct in terms of location. Further questions? Then I'm going to close this portion of the hearing. We've been going an hour and a half. I'm going to, if it's all right with the public, I'm going to start the public commentary so that we get you out of here before the ice storm hits, which I understand is imminent this evening. So I'm going to open it up to public comment. Please state your name, sign your name, and you'll have 3 minutes, not from when you say your name, but from when you start your presentation.
Okay. My name's Kelly. I'm here for my parents. They are neighbors of this property. Directly to that question that you were just bringing up, if the noise ordinance goes to 10 o'clock, the music stops, how long is it going to take for people to get out of there? And the noise keeps going, the cars are going, they're chatting in the parking lot, you know, all that stuff. So if it's 8 o'clock and they're out of there by 10, that would be great. I mean, 10 o'clock, they may not get out of there by 11, 11:30, and the neighbors are right there. My other thing was the Foothill Road and the entrance. It's 55 miles an hour there. There are lots of deer, bears, mountain lions, etc. crossing the road there. There are also a lot of bicyclists, and there is no bicycle lane there. How are they going to do the traffic? There's also a Fay Lutheran parking lot there for the trail. People are going to be turning left, coming from the south, turning left. It's adjacent or very close to the entrance to his drive, right? I'm just wondering, people coming around the corner there, if traffic's backed up, they're not going to see them. That's my main thing, is those two things, is the time and the traffic and the road, what's going to be done there. That was my thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kelly, what was
Yes.
your last name?
Day, D-A-Y?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Would people please try and speak directly into the microphone?
For the record, my name is Chris Lang. I'm a resident off of Greenacre Drive to the north. My family is opposed to the approval of a special use permit for the proposed special occasion home at 445 Foothill Road. Approval will cause a decrease in surrounding property values and deny many the quiet enjoyment of their home. Calling a large event venue in a residential area a special occasion home is a lot like calling the Ivanpah solar power facility a farm. This proposal is more like a nightmarish vacation home rental with all the noise and all the traffic. Only exception is that nobody spends the night. Instead, they all drive away all at once in the middle of the night. Presumably, a lot of these events could be weddings. Most outdoor weddings are held during warmer months. That compresses that 25 events in a year to a smaller amount of time over the year. Warmer months are when people enjoy their own backyards and want to open windows at night to cool their house. Bands, DJs, and even symphonies regularly produce sound levels well above 100 decibels and concede 125. A noise level of 120 decibels at the venue site will be 90 decibels 300 meters away or 78 decibels 1,200 meters away at my house. Sound levels over 85 decibels are harmful. I would like to maybe suggest that the commission impose a 65 decibel maximum as they have for Twisted Tea Ranch. The owners to be commended for wanting to spruce up this historic property. That said, it is grossly unjust to require the surrounding property owners to subsidize a single property owner's commercial venture with a drop in their property values, degradation of the quality of life, or the loss of quiet enjoyment of their homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Iser. I'm going to be very brief because I got to get to a doctor's appointment. I'm going to hand my written statement to the clerk. I just want to emphasize a couple of points. The cart is before the horse here. As it has already been said, I don't see how you can issue a permit before you have all the ducks lined up. My other points are in my written statement.
Anything further, sir?
I release.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Slade? Go ahead.
Jim Slade, Lee Allen Drive. County code requires, quote, only owner-occupied single-family detached dwellings may apply for a special use permit to operate a special occasion home. This property is not owner-occupied, so they may not even apply for an SUP. End of story. On page 69, however, Wilson Engineers tried to mislead you by referring to the Fay Canyon Ranch as the, quote, primary property of a specific trust. The Brooks, however, do not live on the property as they have admitted. They live in a home within a different one of their family trusts with a tax rate based on it being owner-occupied. Wilson is being deceitful in claiming something completely different. County code also requires, quote, the special occasion home must comply with all building and fire codes, yet the East Fork Fire Chief and Fire Marshal sent an official letter to the staff last week that said, quote, this property does not meet the requirements of life safety and county code to have this business. We have denied their plans twice, unquote. This property and nearly all the surrounding properties are full of sagebrush, which is highly flammable, and I think that is perhaps one of the reasons the fire department won't support this. Finding C requires that the proposed use will not generate vehicular traffic that will be hazardous or conflict with anticipated traffic in the neighborhood. The applicant blithely states that since events occur primarily on the weekend, conflicts with traffic will be negligible. The applicant and staff both failed to mention that right across the street is the very popular Fay Luther Trailhead, misidentified by the applicant on page 96 as a private residential driveway. It is most busy on weekends, with the parking lot regularly filled with both cars and horse trailers. Especially on weekends, there are a great many bicycles riding along this stretch of Foothill, which has virtually no paved shoulder. This area is perhaps second only to Genoa, where the speed limit is 25, and in the number of deer that regularly cross the road, yet Foothill has a speed limit of 55. Car-deer collisions are not only dangerous to the deer, but also to cars and their occupants. To claim that traffic traveling along Foothill at 55 plus miles an hour to get to a wedding is not hazardous is disingenuous. And on page 88, it states that it is physically impossible to meet spacing requirements of NDOT per some set of, anyhow. Finally, there's a reason that this requires an SUP, because this type of use is appropriate only in certain areas. Let's compare it to the Gansburg Ranch on Waterloo, which asked for a similar SUP. That had only one home within a quarter mile and less than 4 within a half mile. Yet here there are 35 homes within a quarter mile and 55 within a half mile. Gansburg was owner-occupied, had a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, did not have the same fire danger nor bicyclist, deer, or a popular trailhead across the street, all of which create hazards for this Foothill property. You should deny this request.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, thank you. By the way, I thank everyone for lining up like this. It makes it very efficient.
Thank you, commissioners, for listening to me today. I wasn't going to say anything. My name's Steve Christian. I live at the end of Green Acres, which is approximately 1 mile from the site. My neighbors have bigger fish to fry, but you brought up an interesting thing about the sound and the amplification from the mountain. I want to share a little story with you. I'll be brief. For my 50th birthday party, which is more than just a couple of years ago, my wife had a surprise birthday party for me. And she hired a band that played from 6 until 10. And I don't remember the music being unnecessarily loud, but it was a band, it was loud. So during the course of the night, and I think we adhered to the 6 to 10 time frame, a person that lives up by this venue site on the very end, I think it's Lee Allen or something like that, they actually called Douglas County Sheriff's Department and complained about the noise at my home. Now that's 1 mile away, okay? One thing, and what you folks brought up, a couple of you brought up, is the amplification of the sound. In the summertime, we have a southwesterly wind that prevails, and it comes right out of Fay Luther Canyon. It's a natural amplification of the sound. So any amplified music coming from this venue site is going to be heard by everyone downwind from it. And if this project did get approved, and I don't know the folks that are applying, I would say any amplified music there is just going to be too much. And if they are approved, I'm just hoping I enjoy the music they're listening to, because there's going to be no way to turn it off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Cascia, and I see the special use permit DP 25-0221 is not a neutral permit. It does not enhance the neighborhood in any way, and actually detracts from it by lowering the quality of life for the neighbors in the surrounding area. They say that they're going to have approximately 25 events a year. Well, that's going to be concentrated in the summertime, and potentially every weekend we're going to be listening to loud music, which is something that we really don't want to hear when it's in the summertime. We have our windows open, trying to go to sleep, and listening to the loud music. That's not conducive to a good quality of life. There's a dog that lives 200 yard, well, what I want to say is 200 yards is nothing. I have a dog that lives 300 yards away, and I hear him all night long. And that's just one dog. Our concerns is with the noise and the traffic. It's not with the historic buildings that they have up here and they're going to preserve. That's wonderful, but that's not our concern. What is the noise footprint that's going to take place? Has that been calculated? Has anybody know how much decibels are going to be coming out of that speakers that's going to be traveling down the valley? Just like the previous gentleman said, it does travel. It's amazing what you can hear in that valley. I just want to know if that's going to been addressed. Also, the Fay Luther parking overflow, they said that they got plenty of parking. Who's to stop anybody from going over to Fay Luther parking? It's public parking. They can go over there. And that's going to cause, it's full enough as it is with no events. And I just want to know if I can ask, can I have a show of hands of the people in this room? I don't know if that's allowed.
No, it actually isn't, sir, but we'll hear from them, I'm certain.
Okay, that's why I asked. So anyway, by approving this special permit, it would not be protecting the general welfare of the residents and property owners, which is one of the stated goals of Douglas County Planning Commission. Therefore, we ask that you deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ryan Dunham. I completely agree with my neighbor's concerns on the noise, the traffic, all the negative things, but I wanted to clear the air on some other confusion that there might be with the applicant. I am the nearest neighbor. I live at 581 Black Bear Trail. My wife and I bought our home there 2 years ago. I've never seen these people or met them in my life. So his perception of being neighborly and great to all of us might be a little bit muddied. The owner-occupied thing that goes along with it, requirement, is my biggest concern, which a lot of our neighbors have voiced, and that was really all I wanted to say. Just introduce myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments and your agreement without repeating extensively what we have already heard. That was very succinct, and I appreciate it. Our next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Taylor, and I'm a fourth-generation native Nevadan and fourth generation to live in Carson Valley. My great-great-grandparents, Henry and Mary Marquette, settled in Carson Valley in the 1880s on Genoa Lane. You can still see the 3 blue silos of my Aunt May and Uncle Frank Settlemeyer, who took over the homestead upon the passing of my great-great-grandparents. My great-great-grandfather Marquette purchased my family's ranch on Centerville Lane in 1914 and then sold it to my great-grandparents, Charles and Ella Anderson, in 1919. My roots run deep in this valley. I'm here today to express my support for Tom Brooks, a fourth-generation native Nevadan, and his wife Mayna, and their request for a special use permit for a special occasion home on a 77-acre parcel, the origins of which began in 1858 and which parcel was once owned by my cousins, Bud and Ruth Dressler. From my brief review of the letters provided to the county by the protestants, it appears the major concerns are preserving the coveted rural characteristics and safety on Foothill Road. With respect to preserving rural characteristics, the Brooks family is committed to preserving the land and its legacy. Tom and Mayna have put approximately 49 acres under a conservation easement to ensure the property cannot be developed and will stay as it is intended to be, a working ranch. With respect to road safety, perhaps it would behoove the county commissioners to consider reducing the speed on Foothill Road from 55 miles an hour to 45 miles per hour with a double yellow center line, as been done on Centerville Lane, Mottsville Lane, and Muller Lane, which are far straighter lanes with significantly fewer streets and driveways than on Foothill Road. Or perhaps slower yet to 35 miles per hour or 25 miles per hour to address the safety concerns expressed by the protestants for cyclists, walkers, runners, horseback riders, and local wildlife. From my brief review of the application and county staff recommended conditions for approval and associated staff report, it appears the SUP is consistent with Douglas County Code, and therefore there is no basis to deny the request. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, from traveling from east to west on Genoa, you can still see in very faded letters your last name on the top of the silos. Our next speaker. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Donnell Wolstein, and this is a letter I'd like to give my support for the special use permit. Dear members of the Planning Commission, I am writing to express my strong support for the proposed special use permit on the 77-acre agricultural parcel currently under consideration. This proposal represents exactly the kind of forward-thinking agricultural diversification that Nevada needs to support, protect, and encourage. The property in question is already committed to agricultural use through a conservation easement on 49 of its 77 acres, ensuring permanent protection from development. This easement guarantees that the land will remain agricultural in perpetuity, a far more certain outcome than what exists on most neighboring properties without such protections. The proposed special use permit would allow the property owners to generate sustainable income from their agricultural investment while maintaining the rural character and open space that all residents value. The future of farming is agritourism. Across the United States, agritourism and agritainment have become essential components of viable agricultural operations, from farm-to-table dinners in California to vineyard weddings in Oregon. Ranches are diversifying their income streams to remain financially sustainable in an era when traditional agricultural income alone cannot support the land. These activities keep land productive, preserve rural heritage, and provide authentic connections between urban populations and working landscapes. Nevada, however, has fallen behind. While neighboring states have developed clear guidelines and pathways for agricultural diversification, Nevada property owners who wish to pursue legitimate agritourism activities on their land must navigate an uncertain regulatory landscape, fighting for approvals on a case-by-case basis. This creates unnecessary barriers for landowners who are doing exactly what we should encourage: keeping land agricultural, investing in rural communities, and creating sustainable business models that preserve open space. The current proposal is no different. Instead of recognizing it as a reasonable use of agricultural property with strong environmental protections already in place, some have chosen to oppose it with unfounded speculation and worst-case scenarios that bear no resemblance to the actual proposal. Addressing unfounded concerns. The property owners have demonstrated exceptional respect for their neighbors by going door to door to explain their plans and answer questions. Rather than engage with actual proposal, some neighbors have constructed alarming narratives about noise pollution, drunk drivers, and traffic congestion, none of which reflect what is actually being requested. The facts bear repeating. This is a request for a special use permit for occasional events on a 77-acre property, nearly 2/3 of which is permanently protected as agricultural land. Special occasion events on agricultural properties are, by their nature, infrequent and well managed. They do not transform the character of the land or the neighborhood. They do not generate the kind of daily traffic associated with commercial development. They certainly do not pose the environmental threats that would come from subdividing the land or converting it to residential use, outcomes that the conservation easement now prevents. It is worth noting the irony. Neighbors concerned about preserving rural character are opposing a proposal that does exactly that. The conservation easement ensures this land will never be subdivided, never be developed, and will remain open agricultural space forever. That is more protection than most properties in the area can claim. Community investment and stewardship. The property owners are not outside investors seeking short-time profit. short-term profit. They are community members with deep roots in this area and in Nevada. Their commitment to the land is evidenced not only by the conservation easement, but by their ongoing investments in agricultural use. They've welcomed agricultural partnerships, including me, to plant an acre of lavender on their property. This lavender will contribute to the beauty of the landscape and create additional agricultural opportunities in the future. Another example of how diversified agricultural use benefits everyone. The choice before the Planning Commission is clear. Support a reasonable proposal that keeps land agricultural, generates sustainable income for responsible landowners, and aligns with best practices across the western United States. Or succumb to unfounded fears and deny a use that poses no legitimate threat to the community. I strongly urge you to approve the special use permit, and in doing so, signal that Nevada is ready to support the future of agriculture rather than stand in its way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you respectfully.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker. For everyone's information, as the time approaches 3 o'clock, I will be calling for a 10-minute break, just for everybody's edification in the event that you have to make a call or something more urgent comes up. We have about 10 more minutes of testimony, and then I'm going to have a break.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Hi, my name is Jessica Perry Dunham, and I'm a fourth-generation Nevadan. I think my first concern is owner occupancy. There have been lots of gray area in this application, and that it was applied for prior to even knowing that they weren't residents of the property. And again, I live at 581 Blackbird Trail, never seen you in my life. So them saying, yes, we came by and we talked to our neighbors, no, that did not happen. The other thing is the traffic analysis. It doesn't include cyclists. So at the very cyclists, equestrians, pedestrians, farm equipment, trail users, horse trailers, vendors, setup crews, all of the above, which you've already talked about. At the very least, an independent, comprehensive traffic and safety study must be required before their approval is considered. And we talked a lot about fire, which was my next concern, so I don't have to go into that too much. But it all starts with owner occupancy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being so succinct. I appreciate it, and so does the commission. Our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mark Polemski. Number one, yeah, I'm surprised that the owner does not live on the property, and if that's a requirement to even submit the application, should be just done, not considered at all. Nobody certainly came to my house and said, here I am, I'm going to do great things, and they're not doing great things. I'm actually appalled. I'm in line of sight, line of sound of the property in question. I live in Horseshoe Circle, and I was not notified by anyone. One of my neighbors called me up and said, hey, we got a problem here. So I am appalled that nobody told me about this. I'm concerned about noise. I'm concerned about fire. I'm concerned about traffic. The traffic study did some really funny math. They seemed to just arbitrarily pick numbers so they could get below that 80 threshold and not do a study. The guy said he does the death ride. He didn't consider bicycles at all. There's bicycles all year round, and especially in the summer. We know that all this traffic is going to be in the summer months. Somebody's going to get killed by this. It's just not good for this community at all. I ask the board to deny this, please.
Sir, before you leave the podium, how far are you from the property? Do you know?
I would say about 1,000 feet line of sight.
Because I'm considering whether you were within the notice area.
I don't know what those limits are.
What is your address?
462 Horse Thief Circle.
462. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Before I start, could I turn on my phone because I have some things saved on my phone?
Yes, ma'am. For that purpose, absolutely.
Okay.
However, if you're expecting calls to come in.
No, not at all. enough is good service. Okay, my name is Ruth Robertson, I go by Ruthie, and I live on Old Foothill Road. And I didn't even know about this until I saw a posting on Nextdoor. There's a couple things. The information that I got was short. I mean, within 3 days of this posting. So I am a little bit confused because it says owner occupancy. The definition of owner occupancy is that the owner has to reside on the property at all times. And that's not the case. There seemed to be a gray area in all these permits for these special use. I'm all in support of agriculture, but they are not taking in consideration the staffing that is needed for 250 guests. Guests are guests, they are not staff. So the road on Old Foothill is 55 miles an hour. It is not controlled by county, it is controlled by NDOT, the speed. The Fay Luther parking lot is 287 feet beyond the main entrance, and that is the only place that equestrians with horse trailers can park for the entrance of Fay Luther. It is used by hikers, bikers, dog walkers, and people experiencing our valley. So that if people are entering into the main driveway, that really puts a concern of traffic backed up and the safety of the people trying to exit Fay Luther. Fay Luther is a Forest Service BLM. It's everybody's property. We have the right to use it. We should not in any way hindrance it or create a liability. International Fire Code is 20 feet. There, in my opinion, there should be aprons going in and out of these places, or this specific. There's only 131 parking spots. That works down to 1.9 persons, not even 2 persons per vehicle. A lot of people, if there is a venue there, most of the public isn't going to know that there's a venue there. There's going to be one person coming from Lake Tahoe, from that direction, or from the opposite direction, is going to go exceeding the speed limit. Everybody exceeds the speed limit on Foothill. I've been passed at 55. I don't even like to drive 55 on Foothill. So, let's see. And it says that they want 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock on the first memorandum I read. That's 15 hours. Why is that when everything is supposed to be done? That means takedown for staffing as well. I'm also that this property is also in a conservation easement. It's also deferred agricultural. It is value through the county is taxable value is $558,301. And so I don't understand, this is a commercial business. A commercial business is generating income. And so is the zoning going to be changed, or at least the tax base.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks very much. Our next speaker will get one more in, and then I'm going to call a break.
So you have 2:58 right now, less than seconds. You want to take your break, and then I'll talk?
It's your preference. Do you want to wait until after?
Please enjoy your break.
All right. We'll take a break now until a few minutes after 3:05. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 30-second warning. We're going to start in 30 seconds. I'm now calling the recess at a conclusion, and let us proceed. Sorry, folks. If you have further conversation, please take it outside. We're going to start again right now. Thanks very much. Before we go to our next speaker, I'd like to ask our district attorney about a very important issue concerning notice requirements on public issues such as the one that is our agenda number one that everybody has been speaking to thus far. So our planner, Ms. Rao, and our district attorney, I don't know which of you would like to talk about the process, but I think it would be very helpful and enlightening for all those present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AJ Hames from the DA's office for the record. Anytime there's a project that requires approval, and that project is a planning application that requires compliance with our Title 20 of our county code, there's a noticing requirement. And for most projects, including special use permits like this one, there's a requirement that notices be posted on site, and that was complied with here. There's a minimum sign size that was complied with here. There's also a requirement that the meeting be, notice of the meeting be published in the newspaper, and that was done in this case. And then finally, there's a requirement that a radius be drawn around the property. In the case of this property, the code requires that the noticing radius be 1,320 feet. And so what staff do is they use computer software to draw a circle around the property, and anyone within that radius receives a notice by mail. The mail is sent to the mailing address that is on file with the assessor's office, and staff did confirm that in this case all of the noticing requirements were complied with. The object, of course, of these noticing requirements is so that people have an opportunity to be present at this meeting, to be heard, and many people have had that opportunity and are in the process of being heard. So noticing has been complied with in this case.
Thanks very much. May we continue with the next speaker, please?
Hi, my name is Richard Brashears, and I am an exact adjoining neighbor of Mr. Brooks, and I've had a few occasions to discuss certain issues with him about since he took over the property after his mother passed away, who was a wonderful woman, very pleasant, and we've always gotten along good with all of them. I have concerns. His tenants, very nice people, have young children, and they would have like a birthday party or a summer camp out. They'd pitch a tent out back, and I can hear the kids talking in their tent from my house. I'm at least 250 yards from the back of their fence line at the back of the house. They play music. I can hear it very clearly. I can only imagine what a band's going to be like. And it has to be that acoustic effect off the mountain. There's just something about that neighborhood where any noise is amplified. I mean, the cows sound like it's the great migration of cattle, you know, whenever they're there. And the other item is I know Mr. Brooks did everything he could properly to clear the land behind my house to make it more usable for cattle. And they had a big burn pit that they did properly, and they cleared a lot of trees and the old barn that blew down, and they burned it in the pit. And they covered it up with dirt and everything. And unfortunately, I guess they didn't get enough dirt on top of it, and a big wind came up, and the sparks came off of that and torched all the grass around the fire pit, over into a couple of his buildings, all the way down the fence line towards the furthest property that adjoins his thing. Thank goodness it was in the daytime, and the fire company got out there, and there were probably 20 firemen, half a dozen vehicles necessary to put this out. If it happened in the middle of the night from somebody flicking a cigarette out from the event, you know, we all know that, you know, people like to flick their cigarettes when they're partying and drinking and whatnot. A breeze comes up in the middle of the night, nobody's going to see that fire. And there's grass all around that property. That fire that I'm referring to covered at least 2 acres on the property, went all the way out into his cattle pasture. And wildlife. I mean, it is a wildlife access area. We see deer, bear, bobcats. Mountain lion was camping in my neighbor's backyard, drinking out of her swimming pool. There's a lot of animal life that travels across the road, plus all the other traffic issues there. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Milas Scruggs. I live at 340 Foothill Road. This is what I got in the mail. This is the official county mailer. This is the circle that the district attorney was just referring to. My property is seen right here at the bottom of the circle. I am 3 doors away from the parking lot for the trail access and across the street from Mr. Brooks's property. I've been there since 1996. I knew his dad, and I knew the property before they purchased it as well. For what it's worth, his father was a very nice guy, and he said the thing he liked the best about the property was how quiet it was. I'm a professional musician and have designed sound spaces for many decades. I'm retired now. The thing about decibels is very elusive. It is a quite special area as far as the way sound travels, and I'm speaking as a professional here. I can hear human conversations of voices quieter than my own is now in the parking lot of the trailhead from my backyard on a regular basis in the summer. When my neighbors next door play music outdoors, in the last 25 years, they've done that twice. Because we can hear everything that goes on. I can hear the tinkling of the little bells on Kim Posning's sheep herd, which is further away than the driveway is for the trailhead. To allow amplified music in this neighborhood also creates the impression that loud music is something that the county has sanctioned. The examples given earlier where there were 3 properties picked out and there was only 1 complaint of loud music is a bit deceptive in that people think that the music is allowed, so they don't complain about it. They don't know what it's like to live without the loud music, and they think it's part of the environment. They used to rehearse the band behind the high school there before they built all the buildings around it. And once they built the buildings around it, all the people started complaining about the band rehearsing there. Well, if they didn't like that, they shouldn't have moved in there where the band rehearsed every morning. The same is true in an opposite way in Foothill. It's as quiet as can be. And the idea of somebody just even opening up their car doors and cranking up the music and leaving it that way for a few hours would be quite a change from what we have now there in the way of a sound environment. And I think that it would be something that we would all object to. Although I don't know if we'd all be, I think we're too nice to go up to one of our neighbors and tell them to turn it down. if there was an official permit given for a place to have parties and weddings, I think the people in the neighborhood would be reticent to confront the owner and tell them to turn down the music. Nevertheless, the music would be a big problem for all the rest of us living there. Secondly, I wanted to talk about the traffic. The traffic is a 55 zone on a Nevada state highway. When they put in the veterinary clinic on Highway 88, they made Marty pay for that exit lane there, and it was in the high hundreds of thousands, and he personally had to shoulder that payment, or they wouldn't allow him to have an exit lane there, and they were going to make noise about how you couldn't turn off there at all unless there was an exit lane. So I think that with 250 cars, which is not unreasonable because many of us just drive with one person per car, the figures on this of having to stay under 80, it seemed to me that that's pushing 3 people per car. None of that really makes sense. There's going to be a lot more cars than that. And in parting, Foothill Road has a special designation designed to attract bicyclists as a scenic place to go ride your bicycle, after which bicycle traffic drastically increased.
Mr. Scruggs.
Now, shouldn't the response of the county be then to decrease traffic or decrease the speed limit or do something to
Mr.
protect the
Scruggs.
cyclists?
Your time is up. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Do I re-register?
Oh, sorry, you spoke this morning?
I did.
Okay, is this something different, sir?
It is.
Very good. Then go ahead and please do write again because you're going to be in the minutes twice.
Thank you. So this morning, I believe that, and this is about
hang on one
planning
second.
versus
Can
living
you
with the consequences.
Wait, can you repeat your name for me, please? I don't
Thanks.
remember
It's
it.
Rob March. Thanks. This is about planning versus living with the consequences. This morning, I put my cap on dutifully so that my hair would mat down. Well, it didn't, because even though I planned for it, by this time, the hair didn't go down. In 1860, the Kingsbury Grade was built as a gravel road, or for mining, basically. And it was designed specifically for that. And in 1968, it was improved to its current standard. And the road speed is 35 to 45. I can tell you, as one of those clowns that ride up that hill all the time, that they're not going 45. Most of the time, the big trucks that are going up are going 55, just going up. So the speed limit there, although designed, reviewed by planners, and thought to be the right thing, is not followed. So it's living with the consequences. Now, I can slow down my speed, fortunately, so that I don't get killed. But the bottom line is that people do what people do. I also live right off of Foothill, right where Arlene Marie Lane is, and I ride my bike there. And 55 miles an hour when you're getting zoomed by and tagged almost is a frightening thing. But at the end of the day, I take the choice of taking that risk because I enjoy the sport. But the point being is those big gravel trucks that are driving past me sometimes and suck me into their truck are going far faster than 55 miles an hour. My point is living with the consequences. I mentioned earlier that planning versus living with the consequences is different. The death ride, which I've participated in, is a wonderfully planned event and fine-tuned, but it's only a week. Let's face it, it's only a week. And this is a permanent fixture that we're planning to put into the community. Planning is not living. It is anticipating things, but it is not living with the consequences. And there are many things here that have not been really thought through from a code and planning point of view. Plenty of things have been talked about today. But from an actual living with this, it hasn't. That's my point. And I wish you to consider that. I think more research is really needed to fine-tune this to allow the folks to make money, which I'm happy that they're trying to do, and keep all of the good things that come from owning large plots of land. But at the end of the day, without real study from people that really understand consequences, then there really is no planning. It's just simply hyperbole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name's Rick O'Donnell, and there was a case that involved my house before I bought it with tenants that lived there. And there was a gentleman at the end of Leland that had a problem with the people in my house's dog barking all the time. And it literally went to court. They threatened to sue, they sued the tenants in my house because the sound travels so far there. But they basically, these guys were going to jail or they had to have their dogs' vocal cords cut. And this was from a house that was further away than the Brooks' property. Just an example of how the noise travels. Also, the current tenants on the Brooks' property, their kids ride little quad motorcycles around that are super quiet, 4 strokes, not modified. We can hear them in our house. I mean, clear as day, and it's super quiet. And it doesn't bother us, but receptions, loud music, it's going to be a big problem in the neighborhood. It's just the sound travels, which Milo also, he explained this. You guys probably heard enough of this. But you'd have to sit out there and go turn a car radio on at their house and sit up on the hill where we are. And you'll understand how gnarly the sound travels and bounced around with the rocks and stuff behind us. That's all I have to say. But yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it very much. Sir, now you spoke already. However,
He spoke twice.
I know, I understand that. He said it was something different. You were both passionate and dramatic, and we have a good memory. Okay, and it's something different,
It's something different.
Please go ahead and
Okay.
continue.
Thank you, sir. My feeling is if you people.
Can you
were to
state your
approve
name too
this
for me?
special- Do what? Oh, hi, my name's Chuck Paya, for those that forgot. Oh. You're going to open up, or you're going to create a precedent, okay, that's going to open up a Pandora's box. Now, let me give you an example. I'm an avid dirt bike racer, gun guy. I'd love to put a motocross track on my property, which adjoins their property. If you improve or approve this, the noise made by the new dirt bikes is actually probably going to be less than these bands going into the night, whereas a motocross race would be over, say, 3, 4 in the afternoon. And if the guys wanted to shoot on the big bore rifle range, the noise would probably be less because it would be behind berms. It would be hard, I would think, for you to deny that if you approve this. So with that said, also, I was the individual that made the Fay Luther Canyon trailhead possible. That was my property, right? Well, I agreed to that, and then I regret it now because the people come in with all these good intentions. It never seems to stay or go in that direction. So regardless of what, these people, the Brooks, say they're going to do, it's never going to go completely in that direction. So it's going to be far more than, oh yeah, it's only going to be 25 cars. And no, it ain't. It's going to be a lot more. It's going to be a lot more drinking too. So with that said, I'll sit down.
Thank you, sir. May we have our next speaker, please?
Hi, my name is Mike Holcomb, and I want to start off by first saying I apologize. I was not here at the beginning of your open public comment half hour ago. My Tuesdays are now an Uber day for my mother for nail and hair appointments that I have to run her to and from, so I was gone. So if I repeat something that's already been said, I apologize in that sense. With that said, I have been inside this same building going through the same deal that Mr. Brooks is getting ready to go through, in a much more tense situation than what this situation is right now. So I feel for him in that sense. I have a hard time somebody telling me that I can't do something when the code says that I can do it. That's a hard line for me. My concern with this event thing that he's trying to put on, my driveway is going to be the second closest driveway to the entrance to this place. My concern is folks riding their horses every day up and down that road. Typically, most weddings are on Saturdays, not always. If you're going to do 26, that's half a year. That parking lot at that trailhead is a nightmare on Saturdays. I'm just concerned about all the extra traffic. Again, I do not want to say that he cannot do this because, again, the code says that he can do it. So I am in agreement with that part of it. My concern, though, is the safety of everybody going up and down that road, from the horse guys, your ranchers with their hay trailers, things of this nature. So I just hope that that's taken into consideration. You talk about the noise like everybody's talking about. I fully agree with what Rick said about those dogs. Yeah, I live 2 doors from those dogs. I never slept at night because those dogs barked, and they took its vocal cords out to try to calm it down. It was a sad deal, so I get it. Sound travels really well around that property. My concern is like, okay, if somebody's parking out on the road for this project or for this event, who's going to come and enforce that? 2 years ago, up above our house on the California side, they had an event up there. Somebody had a special use permit. Obviously, it's not within this group that was involved in that. They literally blocked my driveway going in and out of my house because they ran out of parking. How's that fair? How's that right? So those are the concerns that I have moving forward is who's going to enforce this if that's where it comes to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next,
I'm going to speak about something different.
please,
It's Kelly Day.
I understand.
Uh-huh.
And you covered several topics already.
This is completely different. It is.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. If we allow one person to speak twice, we'll have to allow every person to speak twice. That's a violation of our rules. We could get overturned on procedural grounds. You can't just introduce a new subject and ever have everybody speak twice.
Mine's a real quick one.
We have closing public comment.
Okay. But mine's real quick. I just have a
No.
question.
There's a point of order that's pending.
Yeah.
If I make the wrong decision, we get overturned regardless of what we do.
Okay.
However, I generally side with the public. So I am going to go in contravention to my commissioner's desires and allow you to speak twice.
Okay.
This is your second time.
Yes.
Please, I hope it's new. Thank you.
Okay. My concern is trash after the events. Are trash trucks going to come in early in the morning after the event and pick up the trash and take it out? I mean, that's just noise. And then my other thing was not a wedding or anything like that, but he mentioned stargazing. That will usually be during the summer when the weather's nicer, and it's going to be later at night because the days are longer. Is that going to affect the time frame? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jim Richardson. I live at 500 Foothill Road. I bought it 39 years ago. There was nothing between me except one house and heritage home ranch in 88. What concerns me about this fire issue is I haven't heard anything about the WUI, Wildland Urban Interface. Okay? As of January 1st, in the state of Nevada, your insurance company no longer has to offer you wildland fire insurance. I don't know if you were aware of that. Also, WUI is if you live a certain distance from a fire hydrant, East Fork Fire requires you to put up, it were 3 options, now it's only 2, a sprinkler system with a standalone tank and an approved delivery system to that sprinkler system. I've got 4 acres up there. I was going to build a silly little 3-car detached garage. And we met with the East Fork Fire Advisory Board, and this WUI is in case you ever need a fire truck. Okay? And at the time, I asked the staff, I said, well, wait a minute, I live farther than that from the sheriff's office. Do I have to put up a fee in case I ever need a deputy? And I was told then, well, that's different. No, it's not. There are folks, and it doesn't matter if I border Forest Service land, but that doesn't matter. There are folks down off of East Valley that have had their insurance canceled because of these new rules. And I haven't heard anybody address that yet. The creek that goes through, they're calling it Fay Luther Creek. Okay, I've always called it Fay Creek. That goes right through my pasture. And over the years, I was with the sheriff's office for 25 years. And a source of water up there is very important. And the East Fork Fire, even though that creek runs across my land, about 3 feet deep, 12 months a year, it still wasn't sufficient for fire suppression that they wanted for my 4 acres. So I asked, well, what is this WUI going to cost me? Based on the not the square footage, the volume of the largest structure on the property, I had to come up with $9,000 as a one-time tender fee to East Fork Fire before I could even move dirt. This is a fact. I'm not making this up.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to have a concluding comment because your time is up. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I thank you for your time, folks.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Slade?
I have 2 brief, different comments. First of all, somebody said recently, Jim Slade, someone said recently that this is allowed by code. It is not. The applicant is allowed to apply for a special use permit. It must meet the county code and all the required findings, which is a discretionary act. So it is not allowed by code, and it does not meet the county code or the required findings, which is why you should deny it. In addition, they can't build on this property any more homes because all the development rights were stripped off of that entire parcel in the creation of the first clustered subdivision in Douglas County, which is Lee Allen Drive, where I live. And thirdly, the profit motive of one person, one family, should not trump the quality of life and the rights to the quiet enjoyment of the properties of 55 different families. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further, very good. There are further public comments. Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jessica Stumbaugh. I live at 460 Foothill Road. I agree with everyone who is opposing this, but one thing I do want to bring up, most importantly, it is definitely not owner-occupied. I see the tenants pick up their trash constantly. The other thing I want to point out is that, they are trying to say that they're trying to just pay the taxes and make money off of this property. Their taxes are less than my taxes are on 2 acres. So that is not hard to cover. So I don't know. This whole thing is very frustrating because it's going to affect all of us here in this room and not them because they don't live here. So thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Public speaker, thank you.
My name is Brenda Polonsky.
I respectfully oppose the request to allow commercial special events in this residentially zoned area. Residential zoning exists to protect the safety, privacy, quiet enjoyment, and long-term stability of neighborhoods. Homeowners make significant financial and personal investments based on the reasonable expectation that residential zoning will be upheld. While I understand the applicant's interest in using the property for special events, this proposed commercial use is fundamentally incompatible in a residential setting. A lot of my concerns mirror much of what's already been discussed. Just there are a few that I might expound on. Traffic and parking is a big issue. I see the fact that Foothill Road is a byway to 88. Either way, either direction. So coming out of their property, they're going to turn left to go to 88, or they're going to turn, if that's congested, they're going to go right down Foothill and then connect some way to 88, the other opposite direction. That road is a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. It's a 2-lane road with steep shoulders or with steep, no shoulders, but steep drop-offs the whole entire way. If you're a resident, which most of us are along Foothill, and you're driving 55, there's no limit to the amount of passing that you will experience going down that road. People pass you easily, and you're driving 55, and they're zooming past you and going into oncoming traffic. It is already, Foothill Road is a designated wildlife area viewing point, meaning, by virtue of what it says, it's full of wildlife. In addition to the wildlife, there are ranches along that area, cattle ranches, sheep ranches, and many of the ranchers use Foothill Road to move entire herds of cattle from one ranch to another consistently. There are tractors that travel that road. Bicyclists. We have races that connect from Kingsbury all the way over to Fredericksburg Road. On any given day, again, if you're turning out of their driveway, which they will be doing, and going one direction to hit 88, or left to go to 88, or right to go to 88. Either way, at Fredericksburg Road.
Ma'am, you have to conclude.
Okay. I will conclude with just the fact that between Foothill Road and Fay Luther Trail and Fredericksburg Road, there's a significant amount of bicycle, equestrian, livestock that travels that road. And
thank you.
I don't know how you're going to control that.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, there is time, as I indicated, for a rebuttal. No new facts, no new circumstances on the topics that you've heard and some that all that you've addressed. Do you desire rebuttal?
This is Zach Wood. Chair, just a question on the rebuttal format. If the commission or chair would like to ask any questions during the deliberation, we're available
That
for
is fine. Why don't we turn it to the commission if you have further questions for the applicant after you've listened to the public. Commissioner Walder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a procedural question or two that I'd like to get clarified with the district attorney's office. First of all, AJ, on the packet page 54, in the background material, it says to qualify to apply for a special use permit to operate a special occasion home, the following 3 criteria must be met per DCC 20.664.240. AJ, could you read the applicable portion of that county code and give us your opinion on the status of where we're at today?
Thank you. AJ Hames from the District Attorney's Office for the record. Yeah, so this, in order to qualify for a special use permit to operate a special occasion home, there's a threshold set of requirements that must be met. Once those are met, then you would analyze the special use permit application under the normal special use permit factors. So sort of the threshold factors that need to be present in order to proceed would be first, only owner-occupied single-family detached dwellings may apply for a special use permit to operate a special occasion home. And you've heard testimony today from various individuals on that topic. You would use that information that you've gained today to make that finding or not make that finding. B, the owner must demonstrate that the primary residence and/or accessory structures on the property have historic character that reflect the cultural and architectural history of Douglas County. You also have some information that you've received on that point. And then C, the special occasion home must comply with all building and fire codes, including ADA requirements. There are some other factors that are, they speak more to requirements than they do qualifications, so I don't know that I'll read all of them. For example, it says special occasions may include, and then it lists a number of types of occasions, and those aren't necessarily requirements that have to be met, just there are requirements that are imposed if the special use permit is granted. But I think the two primary ones are that it be a single family detached dwelling that is owner occupied, and that either the residence or accessory structures on the property have historic character.
Thank you, AJ. And if I may continue, and as I understand it, the Planning Commission is the final decision authority on this matter, although if we would reject the application, that could be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. Am I correct in that process question?
That's correct. Special use permits are issued by the Planning Commission, and there is no subsequent proceeding absent an appeal.
Further questions? Commissioner Klutz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hames or Ms. Rayo, maybe you could answer this. If the application were to be denied, does the applicant have the ability to reapply at a certain time or no?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. Yes, they have 1 year. They can come back in 1 year and apply, come back to the Planning Commission.
Further questions? Vice Chair?
Is the speed limit on Foothill 55 the entire length?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, I think when you get to Genoa, it slows down to, what is it, 25? And then is it 45? And then up Jocks Valley, it's 45?
My question is, I'm wondering if it's, when you hit the trailhead, if it slows down because you're nearing the curve.
For the record, Lucille Rayo, do not believe it is.
Okay. And also, if you have a southwest wind, doesn't that mean it's blowing from the southwest? Okay, that's what I thought. And so the sound would be coming up from the southwest. It wouldn't be blowing towards south. It would be, the sound would be going towards the north, right? Okay. And the county can't lower the speed on Foothill. NDOT has to do that, correct? All right, and I looked up Foothill Boulevard, and it's being advertised all over as a Carson Valley Scenic Drive. So my question is it fair to any of the homeowners on Foothill that they should be held hostage to that advertising? There are a lot of beautiful old ranch-style homes on there where, like, the guys who raise cattle or have sheep or have cottage industries on there, if they want to have art trails or whatever, should they be held hostage to the Harleys that do their motorcycle drives on Foothill, or the people who come with their horse trailers, or people who do scenic drives, or the car rallies, or anything else that go up and down Foothill. Mr. Brooks, for example, if he wants to have a quilting show or whatever on his property, or a small reception, should he be held hostage to not be able to have this because he may have 25 cars or 50 cars coming and parking on the property? That's an issue for me, because it will be increased traffic on a summer weekend when there are increased traffic due to advertising that it's a Carson Valley Scenic Drive. I think that's unfair to him or to any other property owner along Foothill. And I think a dog barking in the evening is a lot different than music. It's a lot sharper, and it's more irritating, and it's more startling. But I think that the hours that Lucille put in the packet, 8 o'clock, cut off the amplified music, is fair. And I think that the type of music that's playing at 8 o'clock is of concern as well. I don't think rap music at 8 o'clock at night is fair to the neighbors. So that's a consideration. And I think that it's worth a shot. I do think this is worth a shot, and I think that we should bring it back for consideration, and it is monitored by the county for complaints. And if there are complaints, then the SUP is reviewed. I think that it's just an opportunity for an agricultural property. And you've done a lot to preserve the property. I like the idea. I was sitting here when we approved the Gainsburg, and they've done wonderful things. And I have no gut objections to it. I sympathize with the neighbors because I live upwind from TJ's Corral. And let me tell you, that is really noisy. Very, very noisy. But it depends on which way the wind's blowing. Some nights I have to have the windows closed till 9:30, and other times I can have them open all night. It just depends on which way the wind's going. So I support this, and I think that we should restrict the time to 8 o'clock. And I think we should actually restrict it to 20 events in the beginning. And there you have it.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Commissioner Klutz, you have questions? Or do we want to bring it to the commission for deliberation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have questions?
For my comments for then.
Yeah, all right. Do you have questions, Mr. McKillop, or do you wish to bring this to the
I think I'm ready to deliberate on it.
All right. In view of the fact that there was no rebuttal, questions have been asked, I'm going to return this to the commission now for deliberation and decision. First, I have one question of our district attorney on a matter that Kirk has brought up and that our district attorney has read, which I did, and I'm a little troubled. The facts that we've seen today, the evidence, is that the property, according to Mr. Brooks, is going to be occupied permanently in a month after the tenant leaves. The statute looks like it requires such occupation at the time of consideration of the special use permit. Are we bound to deny because it is not satisfied, or may we continue, or what should we do because the property by admission is not occupied currently?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AJ Hames from the DA's office for the record. Again, I'll just read it so that we're all fresh on what the requirement says. It says only owner-occupied single-family detached dwellings may apply for a special use permit to operate a special occasion home. When the applicant did apply, they indicated that they satisfied that requirement, and that response is in their justification letter, which begins at page 67 of the packet. You did hear testimony today that they don't currently occupy but will occupy. I don't know that it's ultimately up to you to decide whether any particular finding is met. Staff have taken the position that the finding can be met so long as a condition is imposed that requires the owner to occupy at the time that the special use permit is being used. If you disagree, you could take a hard stance and say, we think they have to be occupying today, which then you could, if that's the basis for your decision, you could deny on that basis, or you could continue it a month. But ultimately, they have indicated that they do plan to occupy, so we could come back in a month and review it again, or you could take staff's position, or you can take sort of a hard line approach and just say that they don't qualify. But really, you have to look and see, can a condition that is imposed ensure compliance with the findings that are required? If you think that the condition can ensure compliance, then you can vote to approve. If you do not believe that the condition is sufficient to ensure compliance with code, then you can vote to deny.
Thank you. Any further questions, or shall we deliberate? Comments? Who would like to start it off? Mr. Klutz, Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I just want to commend you, Mr. and Mrs. Brooks, and your family, just for the work that you've done to preserve the ranch over the years. A lot of times, as we sit up here, we see just the opposite of applicants who want to reduce open space and master plan amendments and all of those other things. And so I want to commend you. As a native Nevadan myself, I think that it's one of those, and multi-generational, I think it's easy to come in and tell a rancher what you can or can't do with your land because of how it may affect somebody else. However, you are doing all of the things that you're supposed to do, or not supposed to do, that you should do, just in terms of preserving open space and ag land. I also support and will continue to support our ranching and agriculture communities in identifying other ways to supplement your income. Most people look at the ranching community as these wealthy people who are just trying to make another buck. And I don't know your financial situation, and it doesn't matter. I know that most ranchers, many of which I have relationships with, are land rich and cash poor, and doing everything they can to make ends meet. And so I'm in full support of agritourism. It exists throughout the country. Folks are using their ranches to support, hunting, other activities that were mentioned prior. And so they do it as a way in which to continue to preserve the legacy of the ranch for future generations. And so I commend you for that, and I'm surely not going to get in your way. I do believe that the conditions are met, with the one exception that I do believe that we need to condition that you do own and occupy the residence. If this permit is granted, that be a condition. But I believe all the other conditions have been met, and I've said many times as I've been up here, I strongly support this community and the voices of everybody. I empathize with the concerns that exist. Things with regards to speed and traffic and all those things have been addressed to the extent that they can be, and that we have the purview, I want to be clear, that we have the purview in which to address. And so fire traffic, all of those other things, code enforcement will all be done at the secondary level as they are with any special use permit. So I think the 8 o'clock, although I know weddings would like to go longer, I think that that is a fair compromise, given the location of this particular venue and the proximity of the neighboring residents. And so I think that, a good compromise is one in which both parties leave unhappy. And so, so with that said, I'll be in support of this special use permit.
Thank you, Commissioner Klutz. Commissioner McCulloch.
I think we heard a lot of comments about noise, and that's concerning. But we all live in areas where our neighbors have parties. And I have a neighbor about once a week is louder than they are the rest of the time. They're good people. I don't think that should necessarily stop a use that I think is beneficial to the community. I think agritourism is one of the things that we're going to need for the ranching community to survive in our county. I think we can talk about open space, but one thing is, you can have open space, but you can only do this on it. And I think that's a little frightening. I think we need to support that. I think that I would like to not only do I agree with Commissioner Klutz in that 8 p.m. should be the noise limit. I also would like to see it come back to us in 2 years for review, so that we can see if all of the claims of horrible things and see what happens, and gives a chance for Mr. Brooks to run a reasonable business, and he knows his neighbor's concerns. And if he wants to see this go beyond the 2 years, that he's going to do everything in his power to make this work, and hopefully to make it work for the community. And again, I think we're going to be seeing more of this kind of thing. It's going to keep the ranching community alive in a time when so many ranches are going under, and it's difficult to have a ranch. A previous president said the price of meat was greedy ranchers were to blame, and yet most ranchers I know were trying to make enough money to pay their taxes. So I'm going to say I support this. Again, I like the 8 p.m. for the curfew on the music, and we know it's still going to go through the fire and NDOT and everything else. You still got a lot more to do than just this. So there's more to do, and hopefully some of that will help your community. I am concerned with traffic on Foothill. I like to get a nice day, get in my convertible. I love to drive on Foothill, and I find it's a very drivable street. I'm sure there are times when people are moving livestock, whatever that may not be. And I think NDOT has to do their part and their due diligence, which may be lowering the speed limit. But I'm in favor of this. I think it's what's good for the county. And I heard and understand all the comments from everyone, took 2 pages of notes on it. And with that, I think I support this with those limitations. 2-year review and 8 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McKillop. Further comments? Commissioner St. John. Yeah, I'll go in order. I have a very simple mind, and this is easy for me to.
Yeah, I don't think so, Chairman. Thank you, though. I am of a different mindset. I am not feeling that the project is fully baked at this point. I would urge the applicant to request a continuance. I cannot make findings B, D, or E. I think when you have, and maybe it's because I'm new to the Planning Commission, I haven't seen so many commenters and such a one-sided issue before, but we've had over 54 written comments, many of them from couples. That's more than 54 people, and we just listened to 21 commenters here at the podium, all but 2 against the project, and so many good points were made that I cannot support that we're saying that this project is compatible and preserves the character and integrity of the adjacent development and neighborhoods. You've made it loud and clear, and I trust your judgment better than my judgment because I don't live there. But when I have that many people come out and say, no, it does not preserve or is not incompatible with the character and integrity of the neighborhood for reasons that we've heard, traffic, noise, nobody said anything about odor, so I guess we're good there. Visual, not really a big issue, but really the noise and the traffic issue. So I trust the neighbors. I trust the folks that came here today to know what is compatible with your neighborhood. And I'm not going to be the one to tell you that you're wrong. I think finding D on road improvements is not baked. I do not trust NDOT to make the decision on whether an XL, decel lane is needed. I know what their standards are. I've gotten a driveway permitted on Foothill a little bit further to the north, and I went through a variance process. And I was not required to build that XL decel. Now, we just had a gentleman speak about the vet facility on 88, and I don't think that vet facility is going to see anything close to 80 trips per hour. That's a lot of sick kitties. Actually, I think that's a large animal vet. But anyways, that's a lot of sick donkeys. I don't trust that 80 number or the 70 number. I think when you've got 130 folks, parking spaces, or up to 250 people, you're going to see more than 80 trips in an hour. I've done traffic studies. I know a little bit about that. I'm not going to disparage the consultant who used, method and means and methods that are accepted in the industry. I get that, but it defies my logic to think that a gathering that big isn't going to create more than 80. What that triggers, what additional traffic analysis that would trigger, I don't know. But again, I don't trust NDOT to require the XL decel. I think that is going to be required. I'm concerned about the conflicts with Fay Luther and just the nature of the scenic drive, and it is a scenic drive. So I'm having a hard time complying with D. Again, if I were forced to make a condition, I would say that we need to condition that there are XL decel lanes at the main driveway. And I know that's expensive. I know what just a simple apron costs just to the north. But I think it's going to be required for that kind of crowd. Finding E is on noise. We've heard plenty of evidence here from folks that have been there a long, long time that, indicate that noise is a problem. And whether it's unique to the auditorium effect or the amphitheater effect or however it's caused, it's a problem. And there were no studies. I don't know why there wasn't a demonstration. I mean, if I was the applicant, I might be considered, setting up some boom boxes and cranking them up to whatever. I guess I heard 100 decibels was the limit on property, and then going to the neighbors and going, hey, how do you like that noise? And if you can't hear it or if it's light or something, okay, fine. But I've just heard too much evidence from the folks that are there, that have been there for decades and are not complaining, can hear, just regular conversations 300 yards away or whatever the testimony was. So I have a hard time making any of those three findings. Again, if I were pushed on the noise issue, I would be more comfortable with conditioning it to turn the music off at 6 p.m. I think, I wonder if this would have been more favorably received in the neighborhood if the hours of operation were not to 11 o'clock at night, with automobiles coming and going, doors opening and closing, radios, things like that. I wonder if it would have been better received had the operating times been limited to, say, 7 p.m. with the music going off at 6. But I can't support a 8 o'clock noise off and a 11 o'clock end date in that neighborhood because of what I've heard today and what I've read in 54 plus commenters from the last couple of days. Again, I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong. I'm here to say we listen, and what I'm hearing is I can't make those findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner St. John. Commissioner Lyle.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a difficult decision to make. I grew up in a ranching family and know firsthand how difficult it is to make a living and ranching and to keep the property in production and not look for other ways to remedy that cash flow situation. I don't think that this is a bad project. I think it's in a bad location. I do have some issues with the veracity of the application and specifically the representation that it is currently owner occupied, which it is not. And the traffic study, I feel, is terribly flawed. The assumptions in that traffic study cannot be supported. This is not a destination wedding. This is not where people come from. All the guests come from out of town and carpool together to the wedding. This is going to be a local venue where people come from all over the valley, and they're going to be driving 1 and 2 per car. They're not going to. Those assumptions that we're going to have 3 people per car and they're all going to go one direction to get to the venue, those are not supported by what I know is fact for Ferguson Valley. I'm concerned about alcohol service. I'm concerned about trash and debris blowing in the wind. I'm concerned that the tents and the porta potties are going to be coming and going every weekend during the summertime. I'm a little concerned about the fire comment, but I do understand that the fire department will not give their approval until everything is ready to go, and nothing can happen until the fire department gives their approval. My biggest concern is noise, because I do live there, and I live in a location that is several hundred yards away from my nearest neighbors. And sorry, neighbors, because I see some of you out there, I can hear your conversations at your house. When you're talking to your husbands or your wives and you're saying something about something, we can hear it at our house. This location, from a noise perspective, is like an amphitheater. It truly is. That noise echoes back and forth. We can hear dogs barking. We can hear the bulls and the cows. Oh my goodness, when they're weaning those calves, it's like a horrible stampede that's going to come through your house. The only way that I could support this project is to have no amplified music at any time and limit the number of event days to maybe 20 and take that number of applicant or guests down to 150. And that's the only way I could find a way to support this application. I think it's a good project in a bad spot. And so I don't feel like I can make the findings for supporting this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Lau. Commissioner Walder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All my fellow commissioners have made excellent comments and excellent observations, and I think it speaks volumes to the amount of work each of you do and study each of you do and thought and careful consideration that each of you do. So I'm proud to be a member of this Planning Commission. And Lucille, I want to thank you also very much for your hard work. You're caught between the crossfire so many times, and I do appreciate your hard work. I do come down on the fact that several things can't be met, so I would be opposed to this. I believe that the item that AJ mentioned that I asked him about, requiring owner-occupied single-family detached dwellings may apply, is not met at this point. I believe finding C, the proposed use will not generate pedestrian or vehicular traffic which will be hazardous or conflict with the existing anticipated traffic in the neighborhood. That cannot be met. Finding E, the proposed use incorporates features to minimize adverse effects, including visual impacts and noise of the proposed special use on adjacent properties. That cannot be met. And finding H, the proposed special use will not be materially detrimental to the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare, and will not result in material damage or prejudice to other property in the vicinity. So for that reason, I would oppose the applicant's special use permit. We could parse it 9 ways to Sunday, including limiting the number of events, adding other restrictions, limiting sound. But I think the best thing to do is oppose this, and if it is not approved, they do have a right to appeal to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Walder. That, if anybody is counting, leaves it 3-3. And I have a tremendous concern about a number of items that have been raised by the public and in the materials, but I am also assuaged by the comments that I read from staff and some of the things that I consider with respect to the Brooks application. The first item that I'd like to address very briefly is traffic. And I think that the traffic study, if it is adequate, if it is understandable, it indicated that it would not be a violative of condition D. The next concerning noise, the profound issue, and I apologize for making one comment I did maybe prematurely because now it's being attributed to the amphitheater effect. But I will say that the topography is such that it would probably be very easy to hear what's going on the ranch on anybody that lives on the hillside or on both sides. So I am mindful of that fact. The next item is the operating hours, and I am concerned about the comments I heard from Commissioner St. John, Commissioner Lyle, and Commissioner Walder about that circumstance. However, when I boil everything down, I need to have one issue that troubles me resolved. And I guess I ask the Attorney General, can we fashion a special use permit where the current requirement to live on the property is not satisfied? That is to say, can we condition upon within, say, 45 or 50 days that the applicant lives at the property as a condition of effectiveness? In other words, I'm reading it temporally, you follow me? Not as a restriction so that I have to read it strictly, but temporally. That you got to live there and you got to stay living there to satisfy the permit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AJ Hames from the District Attorney's Office. I think that would be consistent with how other conditions are often met. For example, compliance with the fire code is a condition. In most situations, the planning approvals come first, and then subsequent to the planning approval, the applicant goes about complying with the other conditions. What you're proposing is consistent with that. It would be a condition that's imposed that must be met prior to use of the permit. So I think it would be permissible.
Thank you very much. Our Attorney General's was probably reading through my notes, but that was what I was hoping would be the answer. Not knowing it was the answer, but I was hoping that was going to be the answer. So let me say that I support this special use permit with the addition of the following conditions. First, that the owner occupies the property within 60 days, so that during the time in which the special use permit is operable, the owner occupies the property and satisfies the code requirement. The second which I think is critical, is the 8 p.m. Cutoff for amplified music. I realize that's a compromise. I agree with Commissioner Klutz's comments. Nobody's going to be happy with that, but I think that is a good compromise that will allow events have amplified music. Yes, it's still going to be sunny outside, but I have a comment on that too, that the operation should close down at 10 o'clock. That way you're not listening to cars going in and out of the venue after 10 o'clock. So that's another condition, that 8 o'clock, no more amplified music. You operate until 10 p.m. because I'm sensitive to the decibel level in that area. I also agree with Commissioner Casey's comment and that it be, and also Commissioner Lyles, that it be cut down from 25 to 20. And the reason why the number of events should be cut down is in my opinion, because the property, I'm trying to make a square peg fit into this round hole. And so the bottom line is, to satisfy ourselves and to satisfy all of the neighbors, that it be reviewed in 2 years. And it be reviewed as whether it bothers this is Commissioner McKillop's idea, that it bothers the neighbors in terms of traffic after it's permitted, if there's no ingress and egress problems from Nevada, which we have no jurisdiction over, noise, if it cuts off at 8 p.m. and the operations cut down at 10. So you will have a 2-year review with 20 events. You'll have a 2-year review of all of the circumstances that we place and requirements on this special use permit, so that if they're not satisfied, if it's still a tremendous problem, then it comes back to us and a different decision may be made. However, it will allow the agricultural activity to be maintained. Some profit, some income can be maintained on this property, and it will not materially change, I'm hopeful, the neighborhood, but if it does, we'll know about it in 2 years. So those are different items than any special use permit that we looked at. I admit it, it's much more strict, but I think it's appropriate, and I'd support it if those conditions were added to the permit. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, can I,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if I may, sorry, for the record, Lucille Rayo. So those conditions are in the staff report. We need to modify them, and I will call out the number. Was that what you were going to say? Okay. So,
yes, I apologize. I
no,
misstated.
yeah, just so we're not rewriting conditions. So it's
Correct.
19, 21, 22, and 27 that would need to be modified as you described.
That's in my notes. I don't remember the time period was 3 years, and I cut it to 2, and I can't remember that one. That's 19, okay. And
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Commissioner Klutz.
So I would be in support of those modifications, assuming, of course, that the applicant is, and if they're not, they can choose to withdraw. However, I guess the one hangup I have is on condition 21. It already says the facility shall always, I guess should say, be operated by the resident owner of the home. I guess I'm not in favor of dictating when that occurs. I think as a condition, they're not going to get the permit unless they occupy the home. So 30 days, 60 days, 120 days, I don't feel like I should get hung up in that. It's a condition. It has to be met. I would assume that staff, prior to issuing the permit, is going to ensure that that's the case. And so I'm okay with the rest of them. I just have a little hang up with that.
Commissioner Klutz, you're correct. I put a time limitation on it, frankly, for the convenience of staff, that you could look and see if the applicant actually lives there within a certain period of time. and you lose the ability to have the special use permit if you don't. That's really why I did it. And I said 60 days, which is 2 months. So with that, I conclude my commentary, except I ask the applicant to come back, and I must give you the opportunity to either reject what Commissioner Klutz, myself, Commissioner McKillop have been outlining, and say, no, just please deny us and we'll go try on appeal. Oh, I'm so sorry. And Vice Chair. Vice Chair was with us.
Tom Brooks for the applicant. Could we ask for a quick 10-minute recess? We are not opposed to a lot of what we're hearing. We've heard a lot of comments from our neighbors. With that, not all of them we expected the depth of. And if we could confer amongst ourselves and come back in 10 minutes, I think we're headed down a good road.
That is fine. We'll take a 5-minute recess, which isn't really enough time to get a burger, but we'll be back at a half past the hour. Thanks. All right, this is your 20-second warning. Warning, 20 seconds. What? Yes. Take their seats or step out in the hallway if it's a critical conversation. I call the Planning Commission back to order in accordance with our break. And we're going to hear from Mr. Brooks, the applicant. Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. Tom Brooks, the applicant. So we've heard our neighbors loud and clear here, and as I mentioned a little while ago, we were not expecting this level of dislike of our project. We've tried to always be good neighbors and live in quiet peace just as they would like to, and preserve the ranch, and that is our main objective. So we have what we would like to propose back to you is very similar. We'd like to reduce the number of events to 20 with an 8 p.m. curfew up to bear with me one second. Sorry, let me clarify all this. Okay, so we're looking for 20 events, amplified music ending at 8 p.m. and events finishing at 10 p.m.
That's correct.
Additionally, we want to do this differently. We're not looking to be a wedding factory. We want to showcase that agriculture. So we would like to request an additional 10 events, 50 people or less, during the daytime, let's say ending at 6 p.m., with no amplified music.
I can't agree on behalf of the Planning Commission without us deliberating, but those are your modifications, sir.
Those are the ones we're proposing.
Yes.
Our aim here is to do this a little differently and respect the neighbors at the same time.
Yes, sir, I understand. I'm going to close public comment, close questions of the applicant, return it back for comment to the Planning Commission. Commissioner McKillop.
So 10 extra events that are daytime only, no amplified music, I think is a pretty good compromise.
50 or fewer.
50 or fewer, that's right, okay. I think that's a pretty good compromise.
Right.
Still the 2-year review.
Yes.
So in that condition, we still have the 8 p.m. End of amplified music for the 20 events and no amplified music for the 10 additional events. Still talking about at 10 p.m. for the 20 events. 10 p.m. has to be over and done. Still has to be owner occupied. I can go with that.
Thank you, Commissioner McKillop. Commissioner St. John.
I'd be more comfortable with the earlier music cutoff time. I guess I don't go to enough weddings, but usually they're over by afternoon, and the reception, you don't want them to go too late for some of the reasons we heard.
So you remain a nay.
I under those conditions, yeah, I'm still concerned about the noise.
Okay. Thank
and
you.
the traffic.
Thank you, Commissioner St. John. Commissioner Lyle.
I'm still nay.
Commissioner Klutz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant's modifications to the conditions are acceptable to me, in addition to the reducing the review to 2 years. And I think the condition regarding the occupancy is already clear, and so I would support the way it's currently written.
would you become a nay if the 60 days remained?
Not if I made the motion.
Very good. I'll go on to Commissioner Walder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Mr. Brooks's willingness to compromise, but I am still a no based on the same reasons before. I don't think the applicant meets the required conditions, and I don't think the findings C, E, and H can be met.
Thank you, Commissioner Walder. Commissioner
Yes,
Casey, Vice Chair.
yes, I will accept the compromise, except, Jim, it's not no amplified music for the 10 events, it's no music. Okay. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Commissioner Lyle.
I actually had a member of the public ask a question that probably needs to be answered for everyone's clarity. The 2-year review would be 2 years from approval or 2 years from occupancy, or when would the 2-year time frame come for the review back to the community?
In my mind, it is subsequent to occupancy and at the time of effectiveness of the permit.
For the record, Lucille Rayo, I would recommend from the date of the Planning Commission's approval, if they choose to approve it. This way we have a timeline and we have a date to go by, not who knows when they're going to finish. So we have a date. If they don't get it together in a year, that's on them. You know what I'm saying? If they haven't met all the conditions, if it takes them a whole other year, it's still based on the date that was today's date. That's what I would suggest.
I appreciate that. That would allow the neighbors to have less than a 2-year review. Do you understand my thinking? So they would be or we would all be reviewing this in less than 2 years, because it's at least 60 days before this is up and running. Does everyone understand? Okay. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. Prior to that, I just want to confirm one thing so that I can support your change. I would just like to ask the applicant if it is reasonable that the occupancy be within 60 days.
We have no problem with the requirement. The home has not had any modifications or work done to it in 24 years, and our plan would be to go in and do a lot of new flooring and redecorating and things. We also don't know yet if we're going to have to put in fire sprinklers, which would be another issue with the fire marshal. So I would ask for a longer time period so that, you know, I really don't want to live in a construction zone, if you mind.
Thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion, and Mr. Chairman, you can tell me if you're willing to live with it. So I don't, can I have that? Thank you. Sorry, my computer went dead. I move to approve DP 25-0221 and grant a special use permit for a special occasion home at 445 Foothill Road, subject to the amended recommended conditions of approval because the required findings are met. I don't recall exactly what those numbers are. However, I will try to recap them. The 3-year review will be reduced to 2 years. The events will be 30 events. However, 10 of those events will be daytime events that will conclude at 6 p.m. No music with 50 or fewer occupants. The other 20 events, music is permitted. However, amplified music is to cease at 8 p.m. And the curfew, basically the end of everything, will be 10 p.m. Did I get that correct? Okay. That is my motion. And I would propose that the condition that is already stated in the conditions by staff regarding the occupancy prior to the permit being issued should satisfy this, because they can't do anything until the permit is issued, and they can't have a permit until they occupy. And so I believe that that is already covered. So that is my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded in accordance with certain modifications to the conditions, including one that was agreed, or all were agreed now by the applicant. I want to make one observation in the discussion portion, and that is now the review, the complete review of how this works out is less than 2 years. It's coming back to us in less than 2 years to staff for a review and comment from everybody, and it's incumbent upon the applicant to get that house finished and occupy it. Otherwise, it could be a review in a year and a half. I don't know if everybody's following my timeline. So I am agreeing with that because it has its own self-governing timelines built in. So I agree with the mover and the seconder. Are there further discussion? All right, let's now vote. I think this one should be individual because it's so tight. Commissioner McKillop.
I vote in favor.
Commissioner St. John.
Nay.
Commissioner Lyle.
Nay.
Commissioner Klutz.
Aye.
Commissioner Walder.
Nay.
Commissioner Casey.
Aye.
And Commissioner Bruno, the chair, votes in favor. So it passes. Thank you very much. May I move to the second item on our agenda? Can we take a couple of minutes, because I have a feeling a lot of people weren't really interested in the rules. Yeah. All right, thanks very much. Commissioner St. John, if you could take your seat. And folks, I know that there's a lot of conversation, and please take the conversation outside. We have 2 more items on the agenda that we've got to resolve. Thanks, everybody, for your participation. The next item on the agenda is for presentation only concerning review and discussion of the commission bylaws. Yeah, you're number 2. Yeah, I think you're number 2. It has my name on it, so I'd better start. I wanted us to review, at least yearly, our bylaws, and particularly pay attention to certain things that are not the most clear in the bylaws. For example, we have a series. Sir, you're a great guy. That's all right. There is a resolution in 2022, which is in our packet. It was incorporated into the bylaws, and it makes it clear that the preference is to always be present in person at a planning commission hearing if you are a planning commissioner. What it does not do is say when it can't be that we use Zoom. Zoom came into quite a bit of use in 2022, largely driven by COVID. 2020 it came in? Well, it came in, but it was used a lot in 2022. We're now at a position where it's probably not disease-driven, but then we have a slight competing directive with respect to our presence in person and the ability for Zoom. And so I wanted to talk about that issue and any other that you believe should be reviewed in the bylaws. And since it's only us, I'm going to turn it over to our planner first, our chief planner. I just wanted to make sure.
Marolis O'Neill for the record. What do you want me to do?
I just wanted to make sure everybody was awake.
I'm here.
That's how I used to do when I was a lecturer in law school. I'd call on somebody in the dark. Comments from commission.
I'll weigh in. I believe that as much as we can be here, we should. I think our dialogue and our discussion is very valuable. I think Zoom is a second choice because certainly it's better to have that participation than not, but it is a different experience. And I think that it's a little harder to really understand the meaning of what's going on in the room when you're only looking at that small view. I feel like if we need to change the bylaws in order to acknowledge that Zoom is a viable alternative, then certainly we should do that. But I think in person is going to be always preferable.
Thank you, Commissioner Lyle. Commissioner Casey.
This change was initiated when I was chair the first time around, and it was because we had a problem with commissioners showing up in person. They felt it was more convenient to Zoom in, and at the time it was a hassle for Colleen to deal with Zoom. It was expensive at the time, but it's not as expensive. And also, we wanted to discourage the use of Zoom. It is so easy to plan to be here in person once a month. And our big consideration was weather, people coming down from the hill, and travel for work. Bryce was on the Planning Commission at the time. He travels for work. And we had someone else on the commission who was working, and they had to travel for work. So there are specific circumstances, illness. Commissioner Rice has had illness or accident and travel issues, and he's had to miss a lot of meetings, but he is always present on Zoom when he's not, and the commission makes allowances for that. But if you're going to take a vacation, I think I've missed one meeting for vacation, and I haven't Zoomed in because my husband scheduled the vacation. Now he knows, no, second Tuesday of the month, I am here. I'm not traveling on vacation. So he knows that. If I don't feel that it's that big of a burden to not be here the second Tuesday of the month. It's once a month. So it was very important to me that we really hit home. If you're committed to being on the Planning Commission, you can be here. And if it's that big a burden, then move off and let somebody else who wants to make that commitment. I could be wrong, and that's why we made this change in the bylaws to make sure that planning commissioners knew they needed to be here in person unless hampered by travel for work, travel because of weather, or illness. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Casey. I have a slightly different opinion, only because weather becomes an issue potentially, not this winter, but for Commissioner Walder and I, we have a difficulty getting over Daggett Pass And I did last year or year before, I can't remember when we had real snows. I stayed with my father-in-law here in Genoa and made it to the meeting. I don't have that option anymore. He passed and I sold the house. So I may need Zoom. Commissioner Klutz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with everything that Vice Chair Casey said. It is challenging for me at times, and I think if you want to encourage members of the public who are still employed and not retired, I think there has to be some flexibility, or else you're not going to get people wanting to serve in this capacity. If, for me, my family and my job come first, and then my community engagement comes third. And so I have thoroughly enjoyed being on this commission and being with my colleagues. I believe at times I provide value. I will support whatever decision the commission makes. However, having that option available, I will do everything in my power to be present, and I have for the most part, with the exception of the last couple, which were unfortunate. But if it's the position of the board that you need to be present, I clearly support that. And if a time comes where I'm no longer able to serve because I can't meet that commitment, then I will respectfully resign. But if that option is available, I will do everything in my power when I am traveling to be here and contribute to the extent that I can.
Thank you, Commissioner Klutz. I think that as it's written now, work is a reason to be on Zoom. So I hear everything you said. I agree with everything you said, and I think we should just proceed accordingly. No further discussion? Yes. Commissioner St. John.
Yeah, I agree with, I think, what I heard the vice chair say, that if you're in town, you need to be here. If you're in Tahoe, you need to be here. I mean, I lived in Tahoe long enough that I know that sometimes you can't get out of Tahoe, and therefore the weather exception is a good one. And I think it's legit. I have had the fortune, good or bad, I'm not sure which, of being out of town for 2 meetings. And I was able to join the meeting by Zoom. And as a user of Zoom, I felt like I was almost in the meeting. I mean, I didn't feel detached. I felt like I could hear what was being said. I could see what was being said. I could see the presentations. When the camera was on the board, I could see the board members, and they could see me. And so, to me, I would hate to lose that option. I think it's just too valuable, especially for a citizen board of volunteers. You're on holiday. A grandchild is having a birthday party. You want to be there, and you can't always control that. But I agree with I think with a sentiment that we need to make it a priority. If you're in town, by golly, you need to be, here in a chair. But I think we still need that flexibility, because the option is we're not going to have possibly quorums. We wouldn't have had a quorum last meeting had I not called in. Or maybe you would have. You'd have had a very thin quorum. But I think it's more important to assure that we get a quorum, and hopefully a complete quorum, than to eliminate an option. But again, I agree with the spirit. If you're in town and you're well, you need to be here, and that's a commitment we all made when we applied for this job.
Very good. Then we will. Before I say we will proceed accordingly, Commissioner McKillop.
I've been in my share of Zoom meetings. I've ran meetings where people were on Zoom, one person on a board. Some meetings lend themselves to Zoom a lot more than others. I think a board meeting where people are making motions, where someone's trying to second something, they don't even hear that somebody's already done it. I'm not saying we shouldn't have Zoom. I think I agree that every effort should be made to be here. We certainly don't want to exclude people, but I think everyone should understand that there's an awkwardness. And especially, and I've chaired meetings where one of the board was on a Zoom, and it's just awkward. It's not impossible. You do it because you want your quorum, you want people to participate, but it's not, I'll just say it's not ideal, but it's an option we should have.
Very good, then we will proceed accordingly. I wanted to say one thing before we go on to item 3, which Kate's been waiting for us to get to for the last 3 hours. And that is thanks to everyone on this commission. I realize that I am a little lenient with the public. I realize that I allowed some folks to talk twice, and I realize that it extended the time and maybe didn't add tremendous substance. But I thank everybody for my patience, for me being too patient perhaps, and I appreciate that very much as we proceed. Let's go to agenda item 3. Sure.
I see, I was just reviewing the item, and I see that each member, if we're not here, we need to notify development coordinator and commission chair by 5 p.m. on the day prior to the date that we would be unavailable. Now, previously, we were just notifying the former chair. We were not notifying the staff if we were not going to be here. And it also seems like 5 o'clock the day before seems kind of late to be letting folks know you're not going to be around. I just want to throw that out there. Out of courtesy, I usually let people know weeks and weeks in advance. But the first question is do you want to be notified solely, or do you want us to follow the letter of the item and notify both parties?
I think we need to notify both.
Okay.
Particularly because of record keeping and of Zoom. And I think I'll propose something to everyone that will require a few more days before the hearing so that staff may react to an absence that will be in Zoom. Okay.
I would think that would be very fitting. Thank you.
Commissioner Welder?
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Bruno. The reason we have 5 p.m. is because weather doesn't come up till 5 p.m. sometimes. So I think I'd prefer to keep it the way it is. Maureen crafted a very good compromise at the point. I think it stands.
All right, then I'll take that under consideration, and maybe you'll never see a modification during my tenure. Thanks. Let's get to agenda 3.
Kate Morales O'Neill, Planning Department, for the record. I can say that we've never had an issue with any of you letting us know in a good time frame. I feel comfortable with the 5 p.m. What's important is allowing Colleen know. What I would request, though, is if you do require Zoom, there's a little bit more to it. And so earlier notification would be good. Now, there's going to be those isolated incidents where weather comes in at Tahoe, but those are exceptions. So we would just ask that if you are going to be at Zoom, you give us, at least 3 to 4 days notice, because then we have to there's things we have to do on our end just to make sure that staff goes on vacation if Colleen's not there. I would also ask that I am CC'd. As well as Colleen, send it to Colleen just in case she's not there. I'm getting the notification, so on and so forth.
Yeah, in my experience, and I can't speak for Kirk, but I'm fairly certain in his experience, Planning Commission members have always been great. If they're not going to be here, they let us know a week in advance, or as soon as they know they're not going to be present, and that's days in advance. And then we let Colleen know.
Thanks. Can we, with those thanks also for everybody's perseverance through agenda item 1. I have to thank you for your good thinking and perseverance. Go to agenda item 3.
Mr. Chair, if you could just read item 3 into the record.
Thank you. This is for presentation only. A presentation by Douglas County Community Development Department on land use, planning, and development applications, and the respective roles of the Douglas County Community Development staff, the Planning Commission, and the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Chairman Bruno. Kate Morales, O'Neill Planning Department, for the record. I have in my notes, good afternoon, members, but it's officially evening. So good evening, members, and everyone in attendance, which is Jim. So thanks for hanging around, Jim. So this will look familiar to you. There is a couple, I did an additional slide this year on TRPA. I thought that was a good thing to add, just to give a little background about that and their jurisdiction. So at that, let's get started. So what is planning and why do we plan? So I want to begin with a few statements from the American Planning Association that do summarize our role in planning and how important it is in our communities. So the goal of planning is to maximize the health and economic well-being of residents in ways that reflect the unique needs, desire, and culture of those who live and work within the community. Cities and counties need to consider what can and should happen to a community, how it should grow and change, and what it should offer residents 10, 15, or even 20 years in the future. Planning establishes goals and policies for directing and managing the future growth and development of a community or region. So the most important thing I believe in planning is proper planning and how it helps us improve our community and its members. So how do we accomplish this? Well, the first thing is let's look at some key opponents to proper planning. So first we have develop a common vision. This will increase buy-in and effectiveness of plans and save money by avoiding duplication, sizing facilities properly, and promoting efficient and cost-effective investments. Proper planning creates a sense of place and reinforces sense of community by incorporating architectural, environmental, and aesthetic elements as part of the planning to connect people to their community. A good example of that was the Justice Center and how the hearing Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners involving the community in what it was going to look like. So that was a good example of really trying to get everybody's input. It also creates and enhances property values, proper planning. How do we do this? By enhancing property values with a community that plans for parks, trails, playgrounds, transit, and other amenities. In relation to planning for parks and trails, this directly relates to how planning safeguards public health and safety. Planning provides opportunities with access to physical activity and healthy foods. Public safety is protected with strong building codes and other regulations to prevent fire, as well as designing buildings, parking lots, streets, and neighborhoods to reduce opportunities for crime. Proper planning provides public facilities and infrastructure by preparing communities to meet future demands for public services and facilities, such as water and sewer systems, roads and transit lines, fire and police stations, schools, parks, and libraries. Proper planning improves economic development. Well-planned communities offer residents and businesses a range of convenient and affordable choices. That is an area that the county is currently working on. I like the term attainable choices, but that is something that is in our master plan and that we are continuing to work on. Proper planning protects the environment and conserves resources. By identifying important natural and cultural resources, conserve these resources, and protect the environment. Lastly, proper planning needs to set clear expectations for all those involved in the process: landowners, developers, builders, boards, and to county staff reviewing applications in order to help minimize any conflict. What is the master plan? The master plan is very important as any part of land use in Nevada. The Douglas County Master Plan was updated in 2020, and due to the update to Title 20 and its importance, staff anticipates that the next update to the master plan will be in 2027. NRS requires a master plan to be created when a planning commission has been established. The master plan is adopted by the planning commission, then the governing body. The master plan is a long-term general plan for physical development of the county and is typically looking 10 to 20 years into the future. The master plan identifies current issues and needs in the community. Again, it is a general plan that summarizes goals but does not indicate detailed regulations. We see more specific or detailed regulations in our Title 20 Development Code, hence why we're working on this huge overhaul of Title 20 and why we wanted to push off the master plan update once we're done with the overhaul of Title 20. It just makes more sense to go in that order. Lastly, the master plan includes actions to achieve goals. This is seen in the implementation part of the master plan. What are the actions and how do we get there and accomplish those goals? Now that we see what the plan is and why it's important, let's look at how we implement the plan. First and foremost, it starts with Title 20 and zoning land for uses. Zoning is what separates a community into zones in order to regulate land uses. And the goal is to make sure uses are compatible with surrounding neighborhoods. In Douglas County, we utilize Title 20 to regulate development and determine whether to approve or deny a project. Some of the provisions from the Development Code we look at when determining the validity of a project are zoning and land division, to floodplain regulations, growth management, as well as processes for applications for planning, engineering, and for building permits. Let's take a look at who does what in the planning process, beginning with the Community Development Department staff. Staff is responsible for day-to-day implementation of the master plan and Title 20 of Douglas County Development Code. Staff reviews development applications per master plan and code. Staff is responsible for providing a high level of customer support. Staff tracks and issues building and zoning permits, reviews plans, and responds to development questions. Over this past year, just the planning staff alone had over 2,000 inquiries. So between inquiries and questions and public counter when people come in, I do take, kind of try to keep track of the phone calls and the emails, and it's such a really commend the planning staff, and what my staff is able to do is pretty, it's amazing how much, because I usually don't handle the emails or the phone when they go to the planning inbox. So you're talking Colleen, Lucille, and Linda, and then some support from the counter staff. So to handle those type of numbers is astonishing. Staff also prepares public noticing for hearings. Staff provides technical advice to Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners during public hearings. And staff administratively hears minor development applications as allowed by code. For example, a design review, minor variance, and tentative parcel maps. So this slide is important one regarding our advisory bodies in Douglas County, which are the town of Genoa, the town of Minden, and the town of Gardnerville. Per Douglas County Code 20.08, all zoning permits and tentative parcel maps and subdivision maps within town boundaries must be reviewed by the town prior to final action. There are some exceptions like sign reviews and temporary permits or surveys. No final action shall be taken until a formal written recommendation has been received by the director or hearing body. There are timelines that are set by NRS for some of these items to be heard by various boards and commissions. So failure of an advisory board to make a recommendation may not operate to deprive an applicant of statutory rights. Actions by an advisory body are evidence to be considered by the final decision maker, depending on the application. Again, that's staff, planning commission, board of county commissioners. And Douglas County will work to implement town design standards to the greatest extent possible. And Commissioner McCallop, I didn't forget about you, because I remember last year you had mentioned general improvement districts. So those are also important to mention. When there is a applicable application, county staff does require that if there is a project, say within the ranchos, that they need to go to the general improvement district, that we require that you have gone to the district and presented the plans, and they have sent that approval over to staff. So we do require that. So I did want to mention that, the general improvement districts. So you, as the Planning Commission body, is a very important part of the planning process. A Planning Commission is required by NRS, as I stated earlier, and Douglas County has a population of more than 45,000, hence why we have to have a Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has 7 members appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. Members serve a 4-year term, and Planning Commission meets second Tuesday of every month. The Planning Commission reviews various applications such as amendments to the master plan, zoning map, and zoning text amendments, as well as subdivision maps and plan developments. The Planning Commission are a recommending body, just as the towns are. So you as members are not the final decision maker, with the exception of items like today, which was an approval for a special use permit, major variance requests, including variance to improvement standards. The final decision maker in the process is the Board of County Commissioners. The Commissioner's role is also vital in the planning process, as Commissioners evaluate recommendations from Planning Commission, staff, analysis, and public input. Final decision maker on master plan amendments, zoning map and text amendments, and subdivision maps. Hears appeals of special use permits and variances from the Planning Commission. So this is just a brief flow chart of how the process works, beginning with a typical application and how it proceeds through the process. So when someone comes to contacts the county, we encourage, even we've trained the public counter to encourage a pre-application meeting. We feel these are really important to encourage applicants to do this so that staff can identify issues that we see. What we don't want is we're trying to avoid an applicant paying for filing fees for another application or doing design work when we can kind of say, that's not going to work. You don't want to do that. You're going to have to do this. That's not going to comply with code, to try to kind of heat off and see what some issues are. Once someone does submit an application, it's reviewed for completeness for 3 days. Then it will be distributed to the various applicable departments. Typically within a couple weeks, if applicable and needed, staff may have an internal projects meeting to discuss any conflicts or questions. I tend to contact our distinguished deputy district attorney, who you call Attorney General, Chairman Bruno. I love that. That's my new nickname for him.
He needed a promotion.
Right, exactly. I think he does too. So next we would send out to the applicant to notify them of either corrections required prior to moving forward or conditions of approval with the application. That time frame can vary. It could be 30 days where we've completed a design review. Sometimes the design review can go a few months because we send out corrections required reports and then we're waiting back to hear from the client, okay, we need them back. Bryce, you're looking at me. I know that you had an application and we went back and forth. And so it can be a tedious process and it can be frustrating for both sides. But I think staff does a pretty good job of trying to keep the project moving along. But sometimes that can prolong a project when we're waiting for those conditions, to be addressed and to send back the updated documents. Many major projects that staff where we require a staff applicant meeting. Either we request it or maybe the applicant requests it. Virginia Ranch was a great example. I'm going to use that example again because that was approved 20 years ago, 20 plus years ago. So when they were finally moving forward with tentative subdivision maps, we sat down with them to address a lot of things, and things are different from 2002 to today. So that was a really good meeting to iron out some of the issues that we saw today that maybe weren't there, 20 years ago. So those meetings can be very beneficial. If staff runs into a project and there is a major issue, what we call big rocks, and the applicant disagrees and wants to move forward to a scheduled meeting. So at that point, staff would recommend denial if appropriate, and that if staff believes that the findings cannot be met. So that is rare, but it can happen. So if we've tried to address with an applicant a big rock and they don't want to address it, they want to just take it to the commissioners or the Board of County Commissioners, staff at that stage would let the applicant know that we were going to recommend denial. Once the review is complete, staff prepares staff report for both the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. The staff report will either have conditions of approval and findings or justification for denial. The report is laid out for you, starting with the summary of the project, including some background on the site, images and descriptions of the zoning, and then a description and evaluation of project, and ending with the findings. If the project is within the town of Minden, Gardnerville, or Genoa, then the project would be heard, like I said, at their town meeting, and then they would make that recommendation to staff. Staff includes recommendations of approval or denial of the project in the staff report. You, as members of the Planning Commission, in turn, make those recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. I've mentioned these previously, so I'm going to skim through these. Master plan amendment applications are accepted annually in June and December. They are approved by the Planning Commission, then adopted by resolution by the Board of County Commissioners. Zoning map and zoning text amendments are heard by the Planning Commission and adopted by the Board of County Commissioners via an ordinance. Plan development is another zoning layer, and the use and intensity must be compatible with the base zoning of the master plan and the master plan. The zoning standards can differ from existing, but does require a minimum of 25% open space. Typical applications heard. So tentative subdivision maps are land divisions creating 5 or more parcels. They are heard by the Planning Commission and then the Board of County Commissioner. Special use permits, we probably don't need to talk about those. We just went through that today. But they're specifically permitted uses, which are generally compatible with the land uses permitted by right in a given zoning district, but which require individual review of their location, design, and configuration, and the imposition of conditions, which you did today, to ensure the appropriateness of the use at a particular location within a given zoning district. It is heard by the Planning Commission. Again, if it is appealed, we also heard that today. I think that was a question. If the special use permit is appealed, if you happen to deny a special use permit, they can appeal that decision to the Board of County Commissioners. So what are the findings of fact? So ultimately, as I said, the staff report is going to end with the findings of fact, or the evaluation of those findings by staff and the applicant. We also include that because it really is on the applicant to prove that the findings have been met. Staff can give their opinion, but it truly is that. We're going to look at code and we feel or don't feel if a finding's been met, but it's on the applicant. That's why they now present at meetings, because it's really up to them to prove that the findings have been met, and we now include the applicant's response to those findings in our staff report. This is the most important sentence in this presentation. In order to approve or deny a request, the approving body must make a recommendation indicating whether a proposal meets the findings of fact. You all did a great job today. Commissioner St. John, Lyle, and Walder, you were nay votes with the special use permit, and you all provided the findings that you felt the applicant did not meet. And that's exactly, that was picture perfect. So if I had done this first and they could have seen that, they would have seen that you're following, exactly the order of what you want to do. The findings are found in NRS, and then some are particular to Douglas County, such as bringing transparency, order, and predictability to proceedings, provide a rational structure to guide meetings, must be followed, this is hard to read now all of a sudden. Comments made by applicant, public staff, or commissioners should always relate to the findings of fact. Again, you did a great job of that today. And findings of facts must be followed in order to reduce the chance of litigation. So I added this slide this year to address the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, aka TRPA, and give a brief overview of their history, jurisdiction, and relation to Douglas County. TRPA was established in 1969 with the Bi-State Compact between Nevada and California. The concern at the time was due to rapid development occurring in Tahoe, as stated in the actual 1969 compact, being enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that in order to encourage the wise use and conservation of the waters of Lake Tahoe and of the resources of the area around said lake, the consent of the Congress is hereby given to the Tahoe Regionally Planning Compact, heretofore adopted by the state of California and Nevada. TRPA is an environmental agency with land use authority and the first in the United States to be established as such. That is something I learned. I did not know that. TRPA was to develop a regional plan for Tahoe Basin in order to establish mandates to achieve environmental standards or thresholds. The regional plan was originally adopted in 1987. After years of negotiations and partnerships, both private and public, California and Nevada and TRPA updated the regional plan in 2012. The regional plan provides coordinated, integrated direction for TRPA's regulatory code of ordinances and implementation programs. The regional plan to me is similar to our master plan. So it's the overall plan for Tahoe. Relevant to Douglas County are area plans, which are an important aspect of the regional plan. Area plans are created by local governments to implement the regional plan policies, but with greater flexibility. Douglas County created the South Shore Area Plan encompassing State Line and Casino Corridor, and presently staff is working to develop the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan, which will encompass the rest of the Tahoe Basin within Douglas County. Projects within Douglas County in the Tahoe Basin requires TRPA approval. Another thing I'll note is I think TRPA has expanded in their scope. I think what it was meant to do was an environmental agency. Over the years, for whatever reason, it seems to have expanded its jurisdiction and what it looks at. Now it's involved in housing. And so I don't know if that was the original intention. It doesn't sound like it reading the compact, but TRPA has grown. Its jurisdiction has grown. But I think Douglas County now, I feel like we have a good firm hold there, and I think they're listening more to Douglas County, and that relationship, I think, is being bridged, and I think the communication has improved a lot from just a few years ago. Oh, I don't think I've ever done a presentation that fast. I'm sorry, I was mumbling, but I usually don't talk that fast. So anyway, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. I know it's been a long day. If any of you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Kate. We appreciate it, and that information is necessary for us to have a review from time to time, just so we know what the perspective is, the appropriate perspective, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Go ahead, Kirk.
Not a question, but a comment. Thank you very much, Kate. Excellent presentation, and thank you for your hard work, your good dedication to making Douglas County a better place to work and live. Tom, thank you as well. You have an excellent staff. Community development does a outstanding job in many ways that we don't ever see. So thank you for all your work. And AJ, you are a ex officio part of the team, even though you do not work for community development. So thank you. And once again, I don't say this often enough, but thank you to the clerk's office, Amber. Your patience is most greatly appreciated, and we appreciate all the good work that you and your colleagues do. So thank you very much.
Indefatigable. How's that for a word?
And thank you, Jim, for your support as well.
Well, before we conclude these proceedings, I'd like to ask if there are any closing public comments. That is, public comment will be taken on any item within the jurisdiction and control of the Planning Commission or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
Jim Slade, because I will always speak my truth. At your last meeting on January 13th this year, item 4 was, quote, discussion to review and accept Planning Commission activities report for calendar year 2025. As a former Planning Commissioner, I was interested to hear about last year's PC activities report. The presentation by Ms. Marolis O'Neill, the planning manager, lasted about 3 minutes. Yet not one word, not one, addressed the agenda topic, much to my disappointment and likely an open meeting violation as well. She merely addressed 3 topics not on the agenda. 1, what was likely to come before the Planning Commission in 2026? 2, thanking her staff and the planning commissioners. And 3, complaining about the fact that her staff had to sometimes, quote, hear negative things from the public. The only comments I have heard in public meetings recently about Planning Commission staff has been about the planning manager's own regrettable and inappropriate emails.
Point of order,
regarding
Mr.
Barton's
Chairman.
plan at the lake.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman is making a personal comments that I believe are derogatory, and I ask that you call him into order based on our bylaws.
We cannot allow, and that would, it'd be easy to identify the individual that you're criticizing.
He's a person by title, which references a person by name, and I asked to be I asked to be called to order immediately.
These comments have been made multiple times in the
No.
county
Whether they're
commissioners'
made or not, our rules indicate that you cannot do so from that podium under this circumstance.
Okay, I will continue with other comments. Although I stand by the fact that those are facts. It's no secret that many...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman is continuing to be extremely rude and inconsiderate. They are not facts. They're your opinions. Your opinion, but you're not entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to your facts.
And you're rude and inappropriate to the public,
All right.
which is against your bylaws
May
as well.
I apologize. I'm going to stand up here and say to everyone present, let's calm it down just a bit. Continue with your presentation.
It's no secret that many people in this county think that the Community Development Department is too supportive of development and often ignores the rights and desires of the community. One need only look at the Development Department's support for the legally dubious and wildly unpopular Park Ranch proposal, transferring receiving area from Topaz to the heart of the Carson Valley, permitting up to 2,500 homes where only 68 were previously allowed, despite written and oral public comment running 50-1 against it, in order to understand why people feel that way. This was the board's worst decision this century and resulted in endless lawsuits for the county and much public dismay. The emails regarding Barton project are a further indication of that. Item 1 today included ignoring the bright line clarity of county code that requires a property to be owner occupied in order to apply for an SUP. That is crystal clear, yet it was ignored. Your approval today favors the developer over community. The profits of one family, who is not a rancher, over the legitimate concerns of 55 families who merely want their right to the quiet enjoyment of their property to be respected. I urge the Planning Commission, the board, and the county manager to try to get the development department to have a more balanced approach and to put the community first for a change rather than the profits of developers. If that requires a change in leadership, then so be it. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Slater. Any further public comment? There is none. I'll adjourn this meeting.